It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, deadly crash overnight in Osprey carrying 6 crew members plunges into the sea off the coast of Japan. At least 1 person killed. The search for survivors underway. We'll have the very latest. Then, second chance. We're catching up with one of the young boys rescued from a cave in Thailand 5 years ago.
How many of you? Brilliant.
He's now here in the U.S., attending college and inspiring others.
What did it give you? Basically, a new life, a life that I cannot imagine. Even I try so hard, I don't think, I will have this life, like right now.
His remarkable story just ahead. Plus, holiday magic. She's cracked us up as a bridesmaid.
Anybody else have anything they want to share today?
I tricked 2 dogs already. They're in the back of my van.
Scared us under the sea.
They weren't kidding when they called me, well, a witch.
And now Melissa McCarthy is granting our wishes in a new comedy.
Who are you?
I am a genie.
And joining us live in Studio 1A. And then the tunes of 2023. It's the time we've all been waiting for. Spotify just out with the top artists and songs of the year, and they'll make you want to stream. Today, Wednesday, November 29th, 2023.
On a bucket list road trip
From Norman, Oklahoma.
to the Today Show. We're escaping school from Raleigh, Louisiana. Twins and lifelong Today fans.
My first trip to New York from Orlando.
Celebrating 52 years of friendship.
These are the glory days.
Visiting from McDonough, Georgia.
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Des Moines, Iowa.
Dollar Bay, Michigan.
And Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Round Rock, Texas.
Celebrating our 50th anniversary.
Ready for the tree lighting tonight.
But first,
This is Today.
Welcome back. It's kind of hard to believe, but it's actually been 5 years since that miraculous cave rescue of the young soccer team in Thailand.
Yeah, and this morning we're sharing the amazing things that one of those young men has done with his second chance at life. NBC's Ann Thompson has been talking about this story for a long time. It means a lot to you.
I love this story, and I love this young man, because you'll all remember how we all held our collective breath as we watched those rescue efforts in Thailand. The story had a happy ending that didn't end there, and it has taken one of the young boys to this country and northern Vermont.
This is the moment the world waited for.
How many of you? Brilliant.
Divers reaching the Wild Boars soccer team and their coach trapped in a North Thailand cave in 2018. The young boy who spoke up, Adun Simone.
How often do you think about that experience now, 5 years later?
I don't think I think of it like quite often, but sometimes it just, it just comes into your mind, out of nowhere, and then makes me realize that, this is part of my story.
What made it so brutal?
It's very hard for a young teenager, right, who was only 14 years old to have that experiment. We were trapped in a small cave or space, and then we couldn't do anything. We couldn't see a light, or we couldn't hear anything.
Deep underground, the boys' survival skills kicked in. Life or death meant staying calm.
When I was feeling really depressed and hopeless, right, when I just be quiet and then think about some good things, good memories, it just gave me the energy and the power to, I still got it, like that kind of feeling.
No stranger to challenges, Adun was born into poverty in Myanmar. His parents sent him to a church school in Thailand. Being the oldest of 6 in his own family never left him, and Adun says he assumed that role in the crisis.
Did you act like the oldest sibling in the cave?
I needed to, try to comfort, right? Just gonna be okay, right? We have each other, we have a coach, so don't worry.
Hope arrived 10 days in.
What was it like to see those divers?
We became alive again.
It would take 8 more days to get them out.
What did it give you?
Basically, a new life, a life that I cannot imagine. even I try so hard, I don't think, I will have this life, like right now.
One person taken by Adoon's story, headmaster Laura Danforth at the Masters School outside New York City.
I knew I wanted him here. His resilience and the way he looked at the world and his mindfulness.
In 2020, she welcomed Adoon to the school and introduced him to his American host family, the Steins, including Ian.
Everything you can get from a sibling, I never had. Then here came my brother from Thailand.
He joined his American brother as a sophomore, where he excelled in team sports like volleyball and soccer, eagerly embracing life in America.
He feels as though his higher power has put all of these obstacles in his way to test him, and he's doing just fine on that test.
You have to say he's acing it.
Yeah, he's acing it.
Adoon is now a freshman at Middlebury College in Vermont.
I'm really, really, drawn to studying medical school, but I haven't decided my major yet, and I'm just still exploring, basically.
Even as he embraces life at this quintessential New England campus, there are mementos of home in his dorm room.
So that's just my indigenous costume.
Is this from Myanmar?
From Myanmar, yeah. Just, I wanted to have like that feeling, with the closeness with my community back in Myanmar.
And on his feet.
Do you wear sandals all year round?
Yeah, pretty much, every season, I would say. Yeah. We don't have boots, and, we don't wear boots at all.
But it is what's in his heart that is Adoon's strength.
Do you think of your life as a miracle?
Yeah, I think so. Everything is, not just my life, but I think everything, surrounds us is miracle.
Wow. That outlook is still so just shocking to me, how beautiful that is.
And he's a teenager.
He's a kid.
Yeah. Can you imagine? They spent 18 days in the dark, 18 days not knowing if they were going to get out. And this is what he comes out to.
Well, his life was difficult before he set foot in that cave and had to learn English to come here. It's incredible.
That's incredible. What, by the way, Annie, what happened to the other survivors?
Well, they all just got together this summer in Thailand. It was the 5th year anniversary, and we have a picture. You can see Adoon. He's on the edge. He's got the really curly hair.
I see him.
And that's their coach in the front who helped keep them calm during that time. But they stay connected. Social media has been wonderful to keep them all connected, and it's very much part of Adoon's life.
Imagine if we saw every obstacle as like something that was meant to be there, something we were meant to overcome, instead of why is this happening to me?
Right, and I think that's what Headmaster Danforth said. That's how he looks at it. All these obstacles have been placed for him to overcome and to make the world a better place.
Wow.
He's remarkable.
I can tell.
He'll be a great doctor. He's going to be a great doctor.
Thanks, Annie.
Thanks, Sam.
Welcome back. Well, for all the Christmas movies we've loved through the years, one thing has been missing. One person until now. Melissa McCarthy.
Oh,
she's
thanks.
starring in her very own now. It's called Jeannie, and she's bringing some holiday magic to a down-on-his-luck New Yorker, but not before her character gets acclimated to modern times.
This is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, my, look. What do you call it?
Oh, sanitizer.
Sanitizer. Mmm, zesty.
No, it's... No.
Oh.
Melissa, good morning.
Good morning.
I love this Jeannie. Everyone's going to fall in love with her.
It's really sweet. I mean, I'm a sucker for a Christmas movie. I love them. We watch them. Sometimes I watch them all year, which is maybe weird.
By the way, the director of Love Actually, which is kind of everyone's favorite Christmas
really
movie,
is.
directed this.
He didn't direct it. He wrote this.
Wrote it.
Richard
Okay.
Curtis. Richard Curtis wrote it, and it has his sweetness and his humor, and it's just really sweet. It's about friendship and what really matters, and all the things in the world don't really mean anything if you don't have your family.
Well, you've got your sparkles on tonight. This is one of Jeannie's costumes.
It is.
From the movie.
And I was like, I'm not kidding. I'll wear this in real life.
Yeah,
and
it's incredible. But look, I mean, how much fun was it doing all these different looks?
It was, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically like I added the star and the woman because I kept Leah, the costumer, is so amazing, and I'm such a sucker for a good costume that I was like, what if I dress like a tree? What if I dress like,
You're like, I need more. Let's put a star on the head.
Yeah, and the shoes on the day were big presents. And I literally was like, what else do I want? I want for nothing.
So tell me about this character, because it's really cute. She's a genie, but she's been locked in the bottle.
In the box.
In the
this
box,
case. It's
okay.
like a jeweled box for 2,000 years. So it's that fun fish out of water that I don't know what things are. I don't know what hand sanitizer is. I don't know what pizza is. I don't, I haven't seen cars, electricity. Like everything's kind of like magical and mystical to me, and I do a lot of things wrong.
It's really funny. My favorite is when you talk about you had some interactions with Jesus back in the day.
Yeah.
You're like Mary's kid?
I know,
yeah.
Which I thought was so funny. I was like, I've never seen that take on it, and I'm like, what did he do? And they're like, he's, I was like, I thought he was kidding. So it's sweet and it's funny, and it's at the end of it, I just feel like it's like a warm hug, and I think everybody can use that now.
Well, genies, I mean, first of all, you set straight that in this movie, genies don't give just 3 wishes. The wishes are unlimited.
Which I was like, if you're going to daydream about something, let's
make it happen.
Yeah, let's have more.
A big concept. So, okay, we know you wish for world peace and happiness,
Sure.
blah, blah, blah. Okay. What is your selfish genie wish?
Okay, all the wonderful things to improve the world aside. I would like to time travel, and I always have a specific dream that I would love to go back and be able to, see my grandmother at 15, meet my mom at 20.
Wow.
And go back and see all these people I love and see them at different points in their life. Before, I was like, well, that's just my mom. But it's like, what was my mom like at 20? And what was my grandma like at 18?
That is such a good wish. I'm taking that.
I'll share it with you.
Because actually, a lot of people might say, I wish that I would be young and I'll be when I'm with them. But you want to see them in this different moment in their life.
Yeah, and to go back and, even if it's for 15 minutes a day, I'm like, if I could have my girls back at 6 months and then 4 and just go back and forth. And I tell them that. They're like, but you want to keep me, right? I'm like, then I'll come back to you now. But I miss those days.
I know, me too. I would dip in. What do you guys do for your holiday season?
We do a weird, every Christmas Eve we've done it for over a decade. We do a weird meatball party, as you do. We make big meatballs.
Oh, the traditional meatball party, yes.
Holiday, oh my God, I just looked up inside Georgie. We do a big meatball thing, have everybody over, we make sandwiches. We watch all of the Lord of the Rings. We have to watch the extended ones. My daughter Georgie and my husband demand it.
That's a big time commitment.
Yeah, those are our weird Christmas movies. So we're just watching, things ooze up from center Earth. And I'm like, happy holidays, everybody.
That's a warm fuzzy.
Yeah.
Melissa, always good to see you.
So good to see you.
The movie's called Jeannie. It's a Peacock original. The writer of Love Actually.
Yes,
and
it's
Melissa
true.
McCarthy. What more do you need? Streaming now, Hoda.
All right, thank you so much, SG. Thanks, Melissa. Coming up next, more holiday magic from Joe. We got steals and deals loaded with great gift ideas. But first, this is Today on NBC.
I need that.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
And we're back with Steals and Deals this morning. A new batch of holiday gift options for everybody on your list, from home to fashion and more. All of this, guys, up to 73% off. And our friend and lifestyle and commerce contributor, Jill Martin Brooks, is here with picks. All you got to do is scan the QR code. You can get the deals. A lot of people are looking for housewarming gifts and all kinds of stuff during the holidays.
Yeah.
You got it covered.
I should have worn my tinsel outfit to match Melissa. But let's start with a cheers, because tonight, a big night, and this is so easy. So just let me make sure I get this. Squeeze and lift.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
That is simple.
Yes. So
that's
the
the
Rabbit
best
Wine
corkscrew.
Barware Essentials. They retail $55 to $65. You cannot go wrong with this gift. The automatic electric corkscrew in silver, the original corkscrew in black or silver, and the vertical corkscrew in gunmetal color. All you need to know is this is a very easy way to open a bottle of wine.
Brilliant.
The brand says it works on all bottle sizes and cork types in just 3 seconds. It comes with the foil cutter, and it ejects the cork, and you could charge it with a USB wall charger. And a single charge opens 30 bottles or more. Happy holidays.
I love it.
The retail, $55 to $65. The deal price, $27 to $32, up to 51% off. Awesome gift.
Okay, I'm already smelling these gorgeous candles. Talked about
You can't go wrong, and it comes in the beautiful gift box, which I know is your key.
Go-to.
The Trina Turk 3-wick candles. The retail is $60, 50 to 60 hours of burn time. The deal price is $21, 65% off, and really soulful spice, Bordeaux fig, really beautiful scents for the holidays, and not overwhelming. Okay, this always does well. The Lalicious Whipped Super Scrubs 2-piece set. The retail is $76. So you get 2 scrubs. So, you know, again, for a Secret Santa, you can split them up. I like the brown sugar vanilla. So the brand says they're made with natural ingredients with coconut oil base that moisturizes for soft skin. Everyone wants that. Deal price, $29 for the set. That's 62% off. That's a great gift
Can we
also.
just comment on the smells on these? They smell fresh and gorgeous and light.
And and
It's
just like
the
pamper
perfect-
yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's get some shades.
Okay, so the Velvet Eyewear sunglass pairs or 3-piece box set. So there's a choice here. So go on today.com to choose. I love the 3-piece set specifically because I lose everything, and you can have sunglasses in different places. And it comes in the box, which I love. The deal retail is $59 to $139, 100% UV protection. The deal price, again, you could pick one or the set of 3, is $22 to $39, up to 72% off.
Wow.
And this is a time that there's no rules with what sunglasses you could get.
Right.
Pick a pair you like and go with it, and you do you, and awesome.
All right, let's get cozy.
Okay, so the April Marin London fringe scarf shawl. If you could feel this and just show the size of it, I would love it. Okay,
I will do
the
that for you.
retail is $88. Now this is, I know, it's so beautiful. It comes in 8 colors, great for layering. It's a great scarf. It's a great wrap. It's great for travel.
I was just thinking the plain, just how cozy.
Yes, and I'm getting on one. And it comes in it's not out here, but it comes in a drawstring bag. So again, for you, easily giftable.
Yes, yes.
The deal price is $29. That's 67% off. And the fabrication is just so
I
beautiful
love it.
here.
Soft like butter. Nice and nice.
Okay.
All right, what do we have behind you?
Okay. And now, last but not least,
yes,
these 2-piece sets, the feet, clothing, women's and men's hoodies and joggers. The retail $98 to $128. Get cozy this holiday season at home. Come in 13 colors, extra small to XXL. How great do those feel?
They are so soft.
And
It's
they're
like
groovy
watching
looking, right?
a movie, get cozy.
The deal price is $30 to $34. That's up to 73% off. It's a great set, a great gift. It has the pull string, and so
I like they're kind of oversized. This is a small, so think about what a large would look like.
I wear a small, so
yeah.
just out of for reference.
Cool. Let's run through them one more time. Jill.
Okay. The Rabbit Wine Barware Essentials, the Trina Turk candles, the Lalicious Whipped Sugar Scrub, the Velvet Eyewear sunglass pairs or box sets, the April Marin London fringe scarf shawl, and the feet, clothing, hoodies, and joggers.
All right, Jill, thank you. Enjoy. Take a little time off. Relax. Start shopping, guys. The QR code is right there below. Go to today.com/deals. You can find more holiday deals there. Act fast. You know, they're only available for a limited time. Up next, our festive half hour rolls on. We got a special performance from this talented duo, Seth MacFarlane and Liz Gillies. But first, this is Today on NBC.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Welcome back. Seth MacFarlane has been a leading voice in the comedy world for more than 20 years, creating, writing, and voicing hits like Family Guy and the Ted movies.
But Seth's talents do not stop there. No. He has become a fixture in the world of jazz and big band music. He's released 7 records, earned 5 Grammy nominations, and now he is teaming up with actress and singer Liz Gillies on a new holiday album. It's called We Wish You the Merriest. Seth and Liz, it's good to see you.
Cool. Thanks for having us.
I mean, this is so fun. How did you get into all of this and this type of music?
I loved orchestras ever since I was a kid, and I found my way into the music of Sinatra through film soundtracks, and then just kind of got into it. And it's it was an era of high musicality that's just fun and sprightly and interesting.
Well, this pairing is very interesting, Liz. Is it true that you guys really met at a karaoke bar?
We did. We both love karaoke.
Okay.
We met at karaoke. We soon realized we were both singing the same type of music.
Yes.
I was singing like Cry Me a River by Julie London, and you were singing, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who
knows who Julie London is? Come on, guys.
And then what happened? So how did a partnership start?
Well, so then we realized it might be fun to try to sing together because there weren't a whole bunch of people with this sort of affinity with this style of music. And so we started singing together. We toured a little bit together, maybe like 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
And then we've been singing ever since. But this is our first Christmas record, and we did a record during the pandemic, which was very fun. Yeah.
So wait, I Will Survive is not your karaoke song. Okay.
No.
All right, just checking. But Liz, what about introducing to that younger audience to these classics? What does that mean to you?
They love it. I mean, it's really fun for me to get to share these things, especially for these younger sort of kids or people that did not grow up with this music in their homes or whatever, and they're just loving it, and they're so happy we finally made a Christmas record because they've just, since they heard the first one, they've been begging. They're like, we love this, but do it Christmas, please.
Social media feeds are just like, great, that's fantastic. Do Christmas.
All right, we're over that.
Yes.
Well, what are you going to sing, by the way, Seth?
What are we going to sing, Liz?
We're going to sing, we're going to sing Rudolph and Frosty. First, I think Rudolph is first.
Okay. All right. Y'all have fun.
Frosty's first.
Frosty's first.
You know Frosty.
I just didn't want to offend Rudolph.
It's early.
Frosty the snowman was a jolly happy soul.
With a corncob pipe and a button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal.
Frosty the snowman was a fairy tale, they say.
He was made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day.
Well, there must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found.
For when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around.
Oh, Frosty the snowman was alive as he could be. And the children say he could laugh and play just the same as you and me. Thumpity thump thump, thumpity thump thump, look at Frosty go.
Thumpity thump thump, thumpity thump. Now, Liz, that doesn't sound like snow.
I think he's hopping.
Oh, that's a stretch. Frosty the snowman knew the sun was hot that day.
So he said, let's run and we'll have some fun now before I melt away.
Down to the village with a broomstick in his hand.
Running here and there all around the square saying, catch me if you can. He led them down the streets of town right to the traffic cop.
And he only paused a moment when he heard them holler, stop!
For Frosty the snowman had to hurry on his way. But he waved goodbye, saying, don't you cry, I'll be back again someday. Yes, he waved goodbye,
saying, don't you cry,
I'll be back again someday.
Yeah, there's that thump again.
He's got a hop. He has no feet.
Yeah, whatever.
Let it go. It's over.
It's over! Yes!
Well done. We are here for it.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome.
Incredible.
Incident free, which is great for live television.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's
I've never heard Rudolph that way before. That was awesome. Actually, you're going to do another holiday classic in our next hour. And you were in the tree lighting as well. Yes. So we will see them tonight during Christmas in Rockefeller Center as we light that tree. 8/7 Central right here on NBC and Peacock. What a duo.
That was awesome. And by the way, guys, a little later on our 4th hour, Jenna and I are premiering our first ever single. We're dropping a single.
What's it called?
It's called A Carefree Christmas. Everybody's talking about it. But first, your local news.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just going to say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, chill out. Temperatures plunging across the country. Some areas already buried with the first snowstorm of the season.
We're out here shoveling, getting our exercise.
Strong winds even toppling the national Christmas tree in D.C., and we're tracking all of it. Plus, more to see.
Look at this skyline right here. That's Miami. Imagine if you're out in the middle of the ocean.
From action to luxury, the new features cruise companies are using to lure travelers on board. Then later, our series, The Upside, a basketball star who became a crossover success in the world of fashion.
Real talk, a lot of people thought I was crazy.
How he built his own brand with the help from big stars and a superhero. And Seth MacFarlane and Liz Gillies are here live performing a holiday hit live in Studio 1A. Today, Wednesday, November 29th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the 3rd hour of Today.
On a good Wednesday morning, welcome to this 3rd hour of Today.
What day is it?
Mike.
What day is it, Mike?
Hump day. It never gets old.
It does.
It never
Every week it gets old.
No, everyone in the studio is laughing. Everyone's smiling. Craig, Al, Dylan.
I like when you talk to yourself about yourself in the third person.
Craig. Just in case people are watching for the first time.
Yes.
They're like, oh, who are those nonsense people? Chanel is off this morning. It's a big day around here.
It is.
It's a big day. In about 12 hours from now, if my math is right, we are going to be rocking around the biggest Christmas tree in New York City, one of the biggest in America, the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. That lighting takes place tonight. Along with Al Roker, you'll have Cher, you'll have Barry Manilow, you'll have Darlene Love, all performing. Kelly Clarkson hosting this year's fun. I'll be there along with Mr. Roker and Savannah and Hoda as well.
Yep.
So it's how many of these have you done?
This year is 29. Would have been 30, but got illness last year.
Next year, you're coming up on a lot of like big anniversaries.
That's right.
For parades, for tree lightings.
I'll be 70, you know.
Wow,
that's
there's
right.
that too.
Yeah.
70.
There you go.
God willing. Creek don't rise. So tune in for Christmas in Rockefeller Center tonight, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock Central on NBC. And, of course, you can always stream it on Peacock.
That's right. Well, of course, it feels like Christmas once that it gets lit. But it's going to feel a lot chillier as well because we have already seen some cold air coming in, an early taste of winter. Millions of folks had to get out those shovels and snow blowers. NBC's Jesse Kirsch bundled up in chilly Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. Hey, Jess, looks like at least snow's stopped. Sun's trying to come out, but still awfully cold.
Yeah, we've got the sun out here now. Good morning, guys. I thought you were sending me some hand warmers, so I'm still looking for that shipment. Hopefully you can get them here express today. Look at the piles of snow we've got here in western Pennsylvania. This is just some of the snow that's been pushed to the side. The plows are out here once again this morning, and like you mentioned, Al, even though the skies are clearing up, we're done with the lake effect snow bands, it's still very cold out here.
This morning, many Americans are still dealing with Mother Nature's not-so-warm winter welcome, from shoveling out deep snow that buried parts of the Great Lakes region to a blustery Washington, D.C., where the National Park Service says the national Christmas tree was toppled by a strong wind gust. With the tree lighting ceremony slated for tomorrow, officials say the tree near the White House is upright again. Powerful winds also blowing across Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, helping fuel lake-effect snow since Monday. In hard-hit Vermont, officials say a motorist was killed after their car collided with a bus. The Great Lakes storms finally winding down today after piling up nearly 2 feet in some areas.
The snowblower would have been nice. I have one, but with this kind of snow, it doesn't pick it up. It just jams up in it. So we're out here shoveling, getting our exercise.
Outside Cleveland, police believe treacherous conditions led to a pair of pileups involving over 20 vehicles. One crash causing serious but non-life-threatening injuries.
You make sure that your vehicles are prepared for winter driving, that your tires have good tire depth, and that your windshield wipers are in functioning order, and that you have a lot of patience when you're traveling.
Outside Erie, Pennsylvania, police in Edinburgh echoing the call for caution.
Even though you're used to it year in and year out, what do you have to tell people and, do preparation-wise for that first big storm of the year?
Just drive slow. Some people, they don't think about slowing down because they've been driving all summer, all fall without snow.
Snow isn't the only headache right now, with much of the country braving frigid temperatures. Parts of the Midwest in the single digits, with wind chills below zero.
Ask and you shall receive. I think I got those hand warmers you guys sent out here. Thank you very much. And one other thing, just, our own little tradition out here we like to do is see if we've got snowball snow yet. We've got snow on the ground, but is it snowball snow?
No. It's a little
Not
dry.
quite.
Too dry.
We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that stuff, guys.
All right. We will just, in the meantime, come inside. Don't wait for the snowball snow, okay? All right. And Jesse, the warmer weather's coming if you stay there for a little while. Take a look on the maps. Okay, we got one more 24-hour period where it is going to be chilly, but then we've got a gradual climb. Minneapolis by Sunday, 39, 46 in Chicago, Cleveland near 50 degrees, upper 50s in Roanoke, low 50s in New York City, mid 50s in St. Louis. So the warmer days are coming.
Like a heat wave.
That's it. Break out the shorts.
All right, well, let's dream about escaping the cold and snow. How about we go on a cruise? The industry is back in a big way, but if you haven't been on board in a few years, the ships are looking a little bit different. NBC's Sam Brock is live in Miami to show us all the things that are new. Hey, Sam.
And there's no shortage of them. Dylan, good morning. After seeing Jesse's live shot from Pennsylvania, how's this looking right about now? I just heard from his producer they're not happy with us. However, sorry to rub it in. Yes, cruises right now are really on the up and up. I mean, we're talking about record-breaking numbers. We had the opportunity to go on Norwegian Cruise Line's newest edition, Viva, which is out right now toward the Bahamas. And guys, if you have not sailed since before the pandemic, this is a whole new world. From spas to go-karts, sky is the limit.
It's no secret that Americans are on a major travel kick. But with Norwegian Cruise Line's newest ship Viva launching from Miami and Despacito singer Luis Fonsi doing the honors, one thing is very clear. Passengers are rushing to set sail in record numbers.
What is the industry experiencing right now? It feels like this renaissance.
That pent-up demand, that revenge travel, we saw that come immediately after the restrictions were lifted, and we see it continue to grow.
As travelers return, Norwegian's president, David Herrera, says they're getting an eye-opening experience.
Today, you come on our ship and 60% of our cabins are ocean or balcony or higher.
More staterooms with a view is just the start. Industry trends include greater emphasis on wellness.
Welcome to Madara Spa. Let me show you around.
Think Himalayan salt spas.
This will give you vibrations.
And beds that plunge you into a meditative state. More travelers are also sailing solo, with Norwegian's biggest growth areas, millennials and Gen Z. But perhaps the biggest trend, spacious connecting rooms and activities tailored for multi-generational families.
It's now time for what many passengers say is one of the highlights of their trips. Go-kart racing. This track, the racetrack, spans 3 different decks. These babies go up to 25 miles an hour on the track.
And then it was off to the races. And the views are not too shabby.
Look at this skyline right here. That's Miami.
Imagine if you're out in the middle of the ocean, just looking at that. Other major players, like Royal Caribbean, have also pushed the pedal to the metal on innovation for families with its ship Icon of the Seas.
We designed it to compete with every other vacation, so it's everything from introducing the world's first water park at sea.
And many families are taking note.
The number one thing that makes cruising so wonderful is that amazing value. Land just can't compete with it.
While cruises are more expensive now than before the pandemic, the deals are flowing, with Travel Tuesday price drops, in many cases lasting all week. From free drink packages and Wi-Fi to Norwegian's buy one cruise, get another half off until next Monday. And while we're on the topic of giant drops... What am I looking at here?
That is the drop slide. If you were brave enough, sir, you would get in there.
And for those who thought we weren't brave enough to do the drop, let's give it a shot.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my God! 10 stories and the acceleration of a Ferrari later. We landed on our feet, kind of.
His facial expression.
Jim, I don't know if you were just stunned into silence or, I mean, what happened? Was it fun?
So what happened was the guy that went on before me to test it out was screaming on the way down, and I was thinking, is this going to end well? I'm not sure that it is. Then you take a giant man and try to stick him inside of a capsule, and you know the rest is history. Yes, we did, Dylan, actually make it down to the bottom. It wasn't a straight drop. There was a little bit of sort of gradation there. So I'm happy to say, feeling good, made it down that drop. For those that are looking right now for these deals, by the way, just a few bits of advice. One of which is you really want to be booking about 4 months out in advance, if not more. Right now, as far as when the high season is, it really depends on the rule of thumb when families are free. So for the winter, you're talking about winter break, the Caribbean, Mexico, that's really the hottest spot. But for summer, that's where the deals are right now that you can buy. Europe, Australia, Asia, when families have more time to travel. Either way, though, now is clearly prime time and prime season for getting those tickets. And might I say, bon voyage and enjoy.
That's
Back
right.
to you guys.
Sam, you look like you were in like a coffin. You just seemed very uptight.
It's hard to get all these limbs out into that tiny space.
Yeah. Look at that.
He's a large man for
But what's
a tiny
nice is they
capsule.
wrap you in a body bag first. That's right.
Thanks, come on, man.
Thanks for taking one for the team.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Earlier this morning, we unveiled something that's become a fun tradition around here. We always get together to say thank you to all of you, our amazing viewers, with our Today holiday card. So here's a look at this year's edition.
I'm here in sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I'm waiting on you, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm here in sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Now that you pointed out.
How was the little man spread?
A little man spread there for you.
Not exactly sure what we
Here's
went
the
with that.
finished product. Legendary SNL photographer Mary Ellen Matthews capturing this shot for our third. This is our big one. Let's. Do we have the third hour holiday card, or is that just it? That's the whole thing. Anyway, there we go.
Aw.
Look at us right there.
Ooh, and like mid snowball throw.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty nice. I like that. We can send those out for our. There we go.
Oh, but some behind the
That's
scenes.
so they just took a lot of photos really quickly,
And then pieced
just
them all
kind of put them all together, which was really.
It was hard to squeeze behind that tree with you for
Because he was
that doesn't sound right.
making jokes. Just like it's very hard to take this whole thing seriously when you're sharing a Christmas tree with
They
Al
did a
Roker.
really good job with that, by the way.
Yeah, it's
it was
fun.
Kudos to
It's
that
fun.
team.
All right, coming up with the end of the year approaching, we are focusing on our mental wellness and setting ourselves up for a healthy and happy new year. Then later in our series, The Upside, Craig meets an athlete turned entrepreneur who took a leap of faith to create a whole new kind of clothing line. We'll be right back.
As we approach the end of 2023, now is a good time to reflect on how we've been feeling and what we've experienced this year and get ready for the next year. So in today's Wellness Wednesday, we're going to learn how to better check in with ourselves and boost our well-being. Here to help us, board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma. Dr. Varma, good to see you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we reflect on how we're doing, you say there are 3 areas we need to check in on.
Yes. So I would say look at your thoughts, your emotions, and your behaviors. And these 3 can serve as sort of like a window into our mental health and a good way for us to check in to say, how has the year been and what do I want to change for the upcoming year?
So with these in mind, what are some questions we should ask ourselves?
Yes. So when it comes to your thoughts, ask yourself, how do I feel about myself? How do I feel about the world? Do I feel like it's generally a safe place? How do I feel about my future? And at any given time, depending on what's going on in our world, in our lives, we might feel a little bit negative in any one of these areas, but you want to look at the general theme as like, are you feeling down? Are you feeling hopeless? Are you feeling blue, generally speaking?
Okay.
And how do we take a snapshot of our emotions the same way?
Yeah, so, emotions for the most part are fleeting. They can be, 30 seconds, they can be 2 hours. But when they start lasting for days, that's when we call it a mood. And I like to always ask myself, my patients, to say, how do you feel on a scale of 0 to 10? If 10 is the best mood, like you won the lottery, some big award, and then 1 or 2 is like, yeah, I'm feeling kind of down. 5 or 6 is in the middle. And again, not to invest too much in any one day, but overall, are you feeling like a 5 or a 6, which is good baseline, or even better? And then I would say if you are feeling in a funk and the mood is low, is it being going on for 2 weeks or more, right? Then I start to think of a depression, along with other habits where you can't get out of bed or don't have energy. But the key here is to accept the emotions, to accept even the negative thoughts and say, all right, well, this is part of life. And then can you give yourself a little bit of self-compassion to say, I'm not the only one who's been in this situation. I'm not the only one who's ever experienced this. Can I observe it without getting invested in it? And then can I reframe the negative thought or the negative feeling? So asking yourself, what would I tell a friend who felt this way or thought this way? What would I feel about this 5 years from now? Because you may not always be as invested or down or upset about it 5 years from now. And is there another way that I can look at it, a more adaptive, helpful way that will get me out of what I'm feeling?
And then is it helpful to maybe write this down, journal this stuff down? So
Absolutely. It takes more energy to suppress our emotions than it does to release them. So writing is one amazing way. We know that when people write anything about an event that happened, and then maybe a month from now say, what did I learn from this? Maybe 6 months from now or a year from now, say, how has this made me a better person? How has this changed my life? And that is the ultimate benefit, is reframing the negative thoughts. Because a lot of us don't do that. We don't invest in the reframing. And if you can change your experience with that, the way you experience that negative event, your mental health will be better for it.
What about behaviors, especially when we're under stress?
Yes. So asking yourself, have I been proactive about what's going on in my life? Am I reactive or am I passive? Because a lot of times when we're weighed down by negativity, we become paralyzed by it. And the next time, ask yourself, did I push through it? Because whenever we talk to our kids, we're always talking about growth mentality, right? So yes, that happened. I'm sorry for what you're experiencing. And at the same time, what do we want to do about it? Because we never want to get paralyzed by the negative events or thoughts or emotions in our lives.
And celebrate the wins, too.
Absolutely. We don't do that enough, Dylan. We have to celebrate the wins because we're always on to the next thing. As busy professionals, as busy parents, right? It's like, okay, great, I got this award, great, this accomplishment, achievement, and move on. But this is going to help mastery in one area, and recognition of mastery in one area will bring and build mastery in another area. So it's really important to take that time.
Thank you, Dr. Varma.
Thank you.
It was a great Wellness Wednesday. When we come back, a former NBA player turned fashion CEO. What inspired him to create a new kind of athletic clothing? And then later in our holiday gift guide, get on board with some personalized presents for all of your family and friends.
And hard to re-gift those.
Yeah, that's true. That's the downside. Third hour of today, right back after this.
You're so negative.
This morning in our series, The Upside, an athlete turned entrepreneur, Lanny Smith, worked his way to the top of his sport, making it all the way to the NBA. When an injury ended his career just as it started, he had to pivot. Now, he's trying to change the game when it comes to active apparel.
From the age of 5, I was obsessed with the game, and I knew early on the NBA was something that I wanted to do with my life.
Lanny Smith's passion led him to play in the NBA, but that dream was cut short by a knee injury in 2009, just 33 days after signing with the Sacramento Kings.
My career was over with just like that. Yeah, man, I do not want to get emotional right now.
That's all right. I mean, how could you not? You know, you fight for something your entire life,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden it happens, and then in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was a tough moment for me. I struggled with depression, the identity crisis. Everybody knew me as Lanny the basketball player. You know, I was a grown man back at home living with my mother.
What would she tell you?
She would encourage me and tell me, you know, God's got something for you. You may not be able to see it right now, but He's got something for you. There's a purpose in your pain.
That purpose was now building a brand, Active Faith Sports, a line of Christian sports apparel. When you would talk to people about this Christian version of Nike, what would the response be?
A couple people were like, we'll pray for you, you know? No, real talk. A lot of people thought I was crazy, but there were a couple of people who understood what I was trying to build.
That included 4-time NBA champion Steph Curry. The company gained traction with basketball stars like James Harden and Jeremy Lin wearing the gear on court. Despite the success, Lanny confronted struggles.
I was intentionally hiding myself from the public knowing who the founder of Active Faith was.
Why?
I had this fear that if they found out it was this young black man who was behind the brand, that it would have negative effects on the business. I remember doing customer service and on the phone with a customer, and he said, "You sound like you're black." And I said, "Well, I am." And he immediately asked for a refund.
That planted a seed. And when Black Panther started playing in theaters, an idea took root.
I saw a superhero on the screen that looked like me, that had skin like mine, that had hair like mine. I remember saying to myself, I want to create a brand that makes my people feel the way we felt walking out of that movie.
2020 hit. While the country was reckoning with the murders of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, Lanny grew this concept into another company, Actively Black.
I saw all these brands all of a sudden come out with these declarations about what they were going to do for the black community, and it felt very performative to me. That was the moment where I was like, you know what, it's time for us to stop asking for a seat at that table and to just build our own table.
Since its launch, Actively Black is focused on reinvesting in the community. Last year, donating 10% of its revenue to various causes. And the company's growth skyrocketed, with President Obama and Lupita Nyong'o wearing the brand. It's even outfitted the Nigerian delegation at the Winter Olympics. Lanny encourages anyone to represent Actively Black.
If you believe in uplifting the black community, if you believe in righting some of the wrongs that have happened in this society, you don't have to be black to believe those things. I welcome all people to wear and support Actively Black.
Probably the biggest supporter of Actively Black, Lanny's mom. You said that mom is the wild card in the business.
Yeah.
How so?
I mean, just starting just from the inspiration that she's provided me. We're talking about a black woman who moved to Texas early 80s as a computer programmer who came from a little country town that in integrated classes. Above everything else she gave me the ability to dream with no limits. Now that she's retired, she's handling customer service, she's on the back end of the website, she's doing so many things to help with Actively Black.
I would imagine that a woman like that has to be immensely proud of what you have built and what you have overcome.
She is, and I hope she knows how proud of her I am, because none of this is possible without the sacrifices that she made.
Wow, here. So we actually have some pieces here from Actively Black, which just celebrated.
So nice.
I think it's moisture wicking too, if I'm not mistaken. They just celebrated their third anniversary earlier this week. The brand also, by the way, guys, out with a new collaboration with FUBU, which was co-founded by entrepreneur Damon John, who you probably know from Shark Tank. Also, big thanks to the YMCA Vanderbilt right here in Manhattan for letting us film there. But I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it really does look good.
And that's amazing to see his product, his creation all over in
That's
so many
gotta-
different areas.
Something for him to walk around and see people wearing that. That's amazing. Well, coming up, holidays are in the bag. Personalized gifts for everyone on your list that will, in fact, arrive in time for Christmas. Then later, in She Made It, Jill introducing us to a mom who went from working on Wall Street to bringing her culture and heritage to the beauty aisle. Third hour of today. We'll be right back. We are back with our holiday gift guide. Christmas just 26 days away, and there's still time to give something a little more personal than a gift card. Craig?
Wow, John, that was necessary.
Okay, our friend and lifestyle, I'm just letting the joke settle. Our friend and lifestyle expert, Amy E. Goodman, is here to show us some gift ideas that are thoughtful and can be personalized for anyone on your gift list.
Let
And there's
the
still
joke
time
settle.
left.
Yes, exactly. This is really a way to level up your gifting. We have plenty of time. The personalization note, it really just shows you go that extra mile, right? Beyond a little bit beyond that gift card.
You can personalize a gift card, too.
That's true. These candles smell great.
Oh, they're wonderful. This is from Handmade Habitat. This is a woman-owned small business. And it's not only candle, but you'll notice they're like little customized notes.
Here's
you can
what's flickering in your neck of the woods.
Very nice.
Isn't that adorable? Up to 20 words. You can do a phrase, some lyrics, romantic poem. And they come in 4 wonderful scents. By the way, with standard shipping, you need to order this by December the 17th.
Okay.
All the dates I'm giving you are for standard shipping. And they're all natural, soy, and vegan.
That's really clever.
This is next for the party host or foodie in your life.
Well, you know the charcuterie boards are everywhere. So this is going to be a hot item. This is from Mark and Graham. They're their marble wood, beautiful wood cheese boards. They come obviously in 2 different colors with the black marble and the white marble as well. Options for initials 1, you could do 1 initial up to 3.
Okay.
By the way, a little trick when you have two initials, it's the first name initials of a couple. So that's a little etiquette there for you. The prices are starting at $35 for the small,
So Al and
$45 for
Deborah.
the large,
Yes.
and $12 additional for monogramming.
Okay.
I love these jars.
Yeah, these jars are beautiful.
A way to kind of personalize a
Old-fashioned.
corner of your kitchen. So these are from personalizationmall.com. I love these enamel, the beautiful jars. 2 of them come with lids. The small, which starts at $19.99. This price actually includes the monogramming in the price, which is really nice. The utensil carrier is $34.99. So this is actually for your standing up your utensils. There's tons of different colors, by the way. I chose some bold ones for TV, but if your kitchen is, or the one you're gifting to likes more of a pastel or lighter color, that could work as well. So
Really cool.
These are apparently all the rage, or so I've been told.
Yes, the fanny pack. This is the Lorimer fanny pack from State Bags, which is a female-founded company. And yes, you're right. They're still super on trend, which you can wear
also the
around
cross
your waist, but you nailed it, Al. Across the body is also probably the hottest trend of them all.
And they're
These
so
are,
convenient.
Yeah.
Like, you go to the grocery store, it's just such an easier way than carrying a purse on your shoulder.
Well, when you got to carry and run after children,
Yes.
it's nice to be hands-free for sure. I love that these come in 7 different colors. It's $90 and $20 for the personalization, up to 6 initials. Oh yeah, not a shoulder bag, but yes, a cross. Oh, we need to loosen the strap for you. We need to loosen up the strap.
Have you never snapped anything before?
Here, you got it going. He's got it going on.
Look at Craig.
Mr. Melvin's got it going.
I like these totes.
I know.
good at your man
These
parts.
are from Feed and part of their holiday collection, which for the first time ever, Feed is doing monogramming on those holiday pieces. So it's a crossbody book bag. You know, with every Feed purchase, $10. A portion goes back to charity.
It's
So
such a great brand.
this is going to feed
Yeah.
10 meals, which
Oh,
is so
wow.
amazing.
That's
Yes, and
great.
obviously also female founded by Laura Bush Lauren. So yeah, and they come
Really
into two
cute.
colors.
Oh,
the
and you've got a
black
shoulder strap, too.
And the ochre.
Oh, you could put that on the other shoulder.
Yes, so you got he's all jamming out here. So you can fit a small computer, your books, your lunch, all of your daytime essentials. They are $78 plus $12 for monogramming. There's so much giggling going back here, I can barely think. But it's all good.
It's
I
hard
love
to
it.
keep us focused.
And from Artifact Uprising, these customized calendars, I think they double as
that's
wonderful
great.
home decor. I would encourage you to do different pictures of your family, or you could send professional work photos to your friends,
Yes.
I suppose, one after
is the one
another
I'm
after
giving to my
another. Yeah, but I think these are so just such a great customized gift. I have it on my desk. I love it. Pictures of my family. But, you could have one picture of Al Roker after another, I suppose, and give
Wow,
it
who
to your
doesn't want
friends.
that?
Yeah.
It's going to be really weird when half my family gets these gifts.
This is great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for
such
sure.
Such good ideas. If you'd like more information on any of these products, check out our website at today.com/gifts.
You too could be Al Roker.
Next, but why would you want to be? She made it. A mom who solved her own hair care problem by starting a beauty business, and it is booming. Then later, a talented musical duo who actually met at a karaoke bar.
Oh.
Seth MacFarlane and Liz Gillies are here live performing a Christmas classic. Third hour of the day. We'll be right back. This morning in She Made It, a mom bringing her culture and traditions to her very own skin and hair care brand. Today, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks found out how her journey into beauty began out of necessity.
Ayurveda literally means the science of life.
Meet Michelle Ranavat, a 42-year-old female founder who is all about beauty that starts from within.
Our lifestyle does impact our skin and hair. Stress has a huge impact on our skin, but it is hard to always be able to control stress.
The daughter of Indian immigrants growing up in the Midwest, Michelle has always been a hard worker. After losing her Wall Street job during the financial crisis, Michelle took an engineering position at her dad's pharmaceutical company, where she learned the ins and outs of large-scale manufacturing.
Those are things that you can't really learn in a textbook.
And just a few years later, she was suddenly embarking on a new mother.
There's just such a huge identity shift. There's just something different about you. So there's always this search for finding that grounding or getting back to yourself.
That's when Michelle says she started to see some postpartum hair loss. So she began documenting her journey.
This is my hair at 41, but at 35, this was my hair. It was thinning, breaking, and I had a receding hairline.
It was absolutely a physical thing that manifested, but it was also an emotional battle for me too.
That's when Michelle turned to her roots.
Even through the postpartum journey, India and Ayurveda, there's just such a rich history. It is so scientific.
She incorporated traditional Ayurvedic beauty products and rituals like saffron serums and hair oiling into her self-care routine.
That's when I started to see my hair would come back. It was healthier than it was before. Seeing that transformation was a really big moment for me. When I started to look for finding these ingredients, I had to go to an Indian grocery store. At the bottom shelf, an expired oil.
Having grown up watching her father build a company from the ground up, Michelle followed her intuition and invited him on a trip.
My dad and I just flew off to India to like hit the ground and look for suppliers. I remember turning to him in the car, and in that moment I was like, I actually think I'm gonna leave and do this. And he was like, and that was always my goal, was to teach you how to run a business.
In 2017, she set out to create a luxury brand that combines ancient formulas with modern science and packaging, starting with saffron.
This one actually goes back to something called Kumkumadi, which in India they call it the miracle elixir. I've modernized the formula a bit, making it lighter. The scent is a little more enchanting, but really kept the process intact.
In just 6 years, the brand's devoted fan base has landed Ranavat a spot on the shelves of Sephora stores nationwide.
Honestly, the best feeling ever. It was step by step.
Making Ranavat the first South Asian skin and hair care brand sold in the major beauty retailer.
I just see that progression in so many different ways, and that's what I'm seeing across the board with South Asian rituals.
Through it all, Michelle credits her success to having maintained a deep connection with her cultural upbringing.
Coming back to that purpose and making sure that you have a strong one. For me, that's like how I want other people to feel when they're experiencing the brand. It gives you a deeper sense of reason and purpose.
Jill, thanks so much. We have some of their face and hair serums here. They actually smell wonderful. Yeah. It's like very natural and fresh.
That's okay.
It might re-stimulate some growth.
Coming up next, two stars coming together for a classic Christmas song. Seth MacFarlane and Liz Gillies are here to get us in the holiday spirit. More from the Nonsense People when the third hour of Today continues.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are back with a musical treat that's going to put us all in the holiday spirit. We all know Seth MacFarlane as the voice and writer behind Family Guy and the Ted movie.
Oh, but he is also quite the accomplished musician, performing and recording jazz and big band standards since 2010, earning 5 Grammy nominations in the process.
Well, now he's teamed up with actress and singer Liz Gillies for a festive new album. The title is We Wish You the Merriest. And good morning to both of
Love
you.
the album.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Great.
So, Liz.
What happened to the other host? They didn't like him? Somebody waiting in the wings.
That's it.
Yeah.
Start with us 3.
Yeah, right? You guys have been making music together for quite some time. It started during the pandemic, right?
Our first album was a pandemic.
Your first album. So what do you guys like about working together?
You know, Liz is a perfectionist. I'm a perfectionist.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you'll see evidence of that today, but it's, in general, we're both really particular about what we like. And it's an absolute pleasure to work with someone who we're just trying to top each other always. It
Always.
gets really
it's very competitive, dark.
tense and
but not this
uncomfortable.
time of year, not
Dark
during the
when you're
holidays.
Yes.
Seth, of course, everyone knows, Family Guy's been on for more than 22 years. And one of the
Is it
great,
22?
Yeah,
22.
So one of the great moments for our broadcast was when we got to a little kind of a shout out on Family Guy, as you'll see right here.
I saw it on the Today Show.
Second hour with Hoda and Savannah, or third hour with the nonsense people?
Second hour.
Where is it?
That was a great moment.
Wow.
That was our claim to fame. So
And
thank
now I'm sitting here with you guys.
Yes.
Never thought this would happen and there would be any accountability.
But you realize we're very proud of this. We bring it up.
Yes.
whenever-
Yes.
We'll gladly be the
You know what? I'll take my good friends, the Schragi family. I'm going to give them a shout out.
Okay.
Never miss your show or your hour. They are just obsessed to the point at which you might want to get extra security.
The Shruggies like the nonsense.
Thank you, Shruggies.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You're going to be performing your favorite, one of our favorites, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yes.
Let you guys take it away.
All right.
Will do.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen.
Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen.
But do you recall
The most famous reindeer of all. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows.
all of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names? They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say,
Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
Then how the reindeer loved him, and they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Rudolph said to Dasher, Dancer, Blitzen, and the rest,
Listen closely, boys and dames, shove your stupid reindeer games.
then how the reindeer loved him, and they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
Hey, all right.
Yes. I love that spin on it, too.
Yeah, I never heard those middle lyrics there before.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like to spice it up a little bit.
That's great. Thank you guys so much, Seth and Liz. The album is We Wish You the Merriest, and be sure to check out Seth and Liz tonight as part of NBC's Christmas in Rockefeller Center at 8/7 Central, right here on NBC and Peacock. That was great, guys. Thank you.
So much.
Then how the reindeer loved
of our here in the third hour of today, one of our favorites, Grammy winner Sarah Bareilles, live to perform.
Hey, coming up, the premiere of Hoda and Jenna's first ever Christmas song.
Don't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
Have a great night.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Today, it's the moment we've been waiting for. Listen live as we debut our very own holiday song. Plus, actor Charles Melton on transforming for a dramatic role. And who are this year's biggest artists on Spotify? We'll unwrap the top playlist and reveal who we've been listening to all year.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, it's November 29th. Not any regular day. It's our song drop day. Listen. Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. That's it. That's just a sneak peek.
Yes.
Because we have a brand new holiday tune.
It is called A
Carefree Christmas. So it dropped at midnight.
Oh, yeah. And when it dropped, by the way, I felt it.
Did you feel like an earthquake?
I woke up in the middle of the night and there was Santa and the elves and the carefreeness.
You lost it.
It dropped and we all knew that it dropped.
So it's going to be, you can get it on Apple Music, on Spotify. We have a whole thing planned.
Wait, it's already on XM's Holly channel.
And
they've
you know
already
what?
played it.
Okay, you're in your house right now, right? And you probably have Alexa. So I'm going to say something. Ready? Alexa, please play A Carefree Christmas. Is it working? Is it working?
Okay, tell us if it works.
Okay,
Try
you
this.
do this one.
Maybe you're just scrolling on your phone. We hope not, because we like your undivided attention. But if you are, watch this. Siri, please play A Carefree Christmas.
Is it in your house
Did it
right
work?
now? It's in your house right now.
Did it work?
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to debut the entire song. We are going to unveil our music video.
Yeah, the music video is hot.
So we're going to have all of that in just a couple of minutes. So I know you're listening to it now to get a sense of it. We're going to take you behind the scenes. It's a whole situation.
Hoda changed her sweater to be Christmassy.
I did. I was wearing a different one. And here's the other thing. Seth MacFarlane, who was on the earlier hours, said that he would tweet our song out because he said, "Do you guys really have a song?" I said, "Yeah, we really have a song."
When he
said
walked
he was
by,
gonna tweet it.
I yelled at him, "Carefree Christmas!"
And did he?
He didn't.
Did he?
No.
No.
He didn't.
Okay.
He didn't. He was like, "What is that girl talking about?"
right.
Okay. Well, speaking of music, Spotify just dropped. A lot of things are dropping. Its annual Wrapped roundup.
Everybody loves this because it's at the end of the year you wonder, what did I listen to or what did my children listen to? But whatever it is, they roll it out in like a beautiful package.
Yes.
Did you do it?
I haven't done it yet. They told me to wait. So the
Okay.
top 3 artists globally are Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny, and The Weeknd.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's look at Hoda's.
Okay.
Hoda, your number 1 played song is Little Boo Thing by Paul Russell.
No.
This is a great song.
Tell him I'm next. Tell him something I guess I know. Tell him I'm next. Oh, yes.
Okay, and your top 3 artists, do you know that?
My number 1 was him. Or no, number 1 was Taylor.
Yes.
Number 2 was John
Baptiste.
Yeah. And then Ben Rector.
What does Ben Rector sing?
Ben Rector has, you know what? When I'm in mellow mode,
Yeah.
when I am like in chill out, introspective mode,
Yes.
I play me some Ben Rector.
I thought you used to play James Taylor Mets.
I did, but you know, we evolved.
Ben Rector's
We changed.
replaced him.
Yeah,
Bye,
for
James
now.
Taylor.
All right, Jenna, your number one song was Taylor Swift's Miss Americana.
We knew it.
And The Heartbreak Prince. Now, your top three artists, let me guess. So Taylor's one,
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about Mila and Poppy because they run
know.
your show.
Yeah, they do.
SZA, maybe?
No.
No? Flowers? Miley Cyrus?
I don't actually
Okay,
don't
she doesn't know.
Oh.
Number two is Leif Volbeck. Okay, who's
Yes.
that?
That's my husband.
He likes Leif
He loves
Volbeck?
Leif Volbeck.
Who is that?
He loves him.
What kind of music is
I think
Leif
it's like
Volbeck?
kind of alternative, folky, you know, that
I'd
kind
like
of
to
vibe.
hear a little
Does anybody know Leif Volbeck? Not one person on our
Okay,
staff?
Zach Bryan is your number three. Is that your husband too?
No, that's me.
Oh, that's you. How cute are you?
I love Zach Bryan.
Yeah.
Do you like Zach Bryan?
I do like Zach Bryan, but I didn't know it would be your number three.
I think I really got into it because
Yeah,
we're going to
when?
hear him
Yeah.
in concert. And so I really
like to prepare.
I overdid it.
By the way, you guys do find it. You can find it Unwrapped in your Spotify app now. When you do it, it is really cool.
I wonder
it tells
if
you
all
how many
top
hours
three
you listened and all that.
of my songs are Taylor. I'm sure they are.
Probably.
Okay, the tree lighting is tonight.
It's at Rockefeller Center. Cher's going to be singing.
Oh my
Barry
gosh.
Manilow's going to be singing. A whole bunch of people. Kelly Clarkson obviously is going to be
Yes.
singing and hosting.
Are we
We're gonna be there.
going to be singing?
They didn't book us.
They didn't know. They obviously did not know.
Nobody
Because we
called
would have.
us. I'm sure there's time.
Okay. Are you doing a Christmas card this year?
Mm-hmm. I did one last year, which I liked a lot, except
Oh,
for
look
I
how
did-
cute it was.
Does
I
it say
never
the
re-
date on it? It does not say the date. It doesn't? Oh my gosh, I think I never sent them out
Yeah, 'cause I didn't receive
it was
it.
too late. So maybe we could use the same one. They don't, everyone looks the same-ish.
It's just a year different.
It's a year different.
The tree is about the same.
The tree's the same. Okay, what about your holiday card? What do you do?
I do one, you know,
Yeah,
I
you
love a
guys do. Of
holiday
course,
card.
of course.
I have a spreadsheet. I love Excel.
Yeah.
This is mine. If you have it. Oh, yeah, this is ours.
Oh my
Happy
God.
holidays.
Oh, where were you guys?
We were in Martha's Vineyard.
Okay.
And then the back says,
Yeah.
or Meowie Christmas.
Wait, is Hollywood in that picture?
Oh, she sure is.
Oh, jeez, oh, Pete.
And if you notice Hal is, geez, oh, Pete.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
And if you notice Hal is holding his nose.
Yeah, because he doesn't like Hollywood?
No, just because he loves to
By the
make
way,
it stink.
this is the back is really the Christmas card because that is your entire family.
I know.
I like it.
Okay, well, our Today Show family also took a card.
Yeah, we had this great photographer from SNL, Mary Ellen Matthews. She took this photo. And
oh, look at the cute photo.
She actually did a whole situation where it was a video promo. So let's take a look. Cute,
How cute is that? We should have given him the rights to A Carefree Christmas.
But that was a Kelly Clarkson song, a new one. That was her song.
Well, no offense, Kelly Clarkson.
We love Kelly.
you. But we could have put our own,
Well,
we could,
you know what? We've made people wait long enough.
You're right.
The wait is almost over, everybody.
The big debut of our first ever holiday song. It's just minutes away. Y'all stay tuned. Right after this. Okay, it's starting to feel a lot like Christmas around here because it is finally time to release our original holiday song. We've been waiting for this.
Yeah, this all started way back in May. So Jenna and I met up with this really cool vocal coach. That's her. Her name is Cheryl Porter. We wanted some simple voice lessons. Well, Cheryl, by the way, has more than 10 million YouTube subscribers. She's got this crazy, unique method of teaching people how to sing. She was an incredible teacher. She actually made us believe that we could sing. And now we've created our own holiday song.
And it's not just the two of us, you'll be happy to hear. We have Cheryl on board, and we got to work. But before we drop our single, which we're very excited and slightly nervous about, here's a little teaser.
There are certain dreams that are almost too big to dream.
Yes.
Dropping a single at Christmas time seems like a huge dream, but guess what?
We're doing it.
We are doing it.
Wait, is
this really happening?
It's happening. So today's the day we made it. It's Christmas. It's gonna be a carefree Christmas.
You got it. So the name of the song is Carefree Christmas. We just want to bring some cheer, some joy to people all over the world.
Christmas is supposed to be beautiful, and it is, but it ends up also being, I've got to check off my list. I didn't get something for that. I feel guilty about that. Frazzled, running back and forth to the mall.
So it's like, listen, you can be busy on this Christmas. It can be stressful, but you can still be happy and carefree. You can still be happy and carefree.
So this is hit pause.
Yeah.
For our Carefree Christmas song. And you might feel your blood pressure drop a little, right? You might feel a little bit more calm.
And it might just remind people that when they're calm, they have more fun.
For the holidays. That's right. Hoda and Jen have never sung in a studio before. And I'm happy as a vocal coach to hold their hand through it all, but I know they got it.
Cheryl could teach that chair to sing. So she sat with us and we matched her tone.
Yes.
And we learned literally to go from non-singers to below average singers.
Yeah, but you can do any kind of notes you want to, because all the notes that
I
you're landing
don't
are
know
good.
any notes.
But I
Jen and I have done so many things together. We have gone to cheese making school.
This is beautiful, Oda. You made a really lovely one. The polar plunge.
The polar plunge. You didn't die. The two of us went sailing on the Hudson.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, the Statue of Liberty. Oh, God. What have we not done yet?
Drop a single.
Drop a single. So it's time.
You say why, we say why not.
Jen and I are always in harmony on our show, so we thought, why don't we put that harmony to the test?
How much harder is singing than talking?
Can't be.
Not much.
Not much.
We love Christmas. So here we go. Let's drop it, baby. Fa la la la, Christmas.
It's better than that.
It's better
than that.
It sure is.
All right, you ready?
Okay, are you ready? I am ready. Without further ado, here's the music video for our original Christmas song, A Carefree Christmas with Hoda and Jenna.
Sing it on.
Let's ride the wave and turn the page. It's time for Christmas Day.
Buy a small tree like Hoda copy for the holiday. Fires roaring, weird cheese sporting, joy is in the air. No social dilemmas all around us. Let's let down our hair. It's gonna be a carefree Christmas. Stop and smell the pine. Boughs of holly make us jolly.
We're all feeling fine.
Make it Texas big and all of fun. With memories to share. It's gonna be a carefree Christmas. With people everywhere. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. Christmas, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love.
Merry Christmas! Happy holidays!
Merry Christmas.
How about Cheryl?
Wasn't that awesome?
How about Cheryl?
We love Cheryl
about
so
Cheryl?
much.
Wow.
And without Cheryl, our song would sound a lot worse. Not only did she help us, but she sang a lot of it.
She did.
And can we also thank the Lounge Studios in New York City? It is an incredible recording studio. They recorded, they engineered some of our songs.
As you could hear.
And by the way, they have had some really fancy people there, so to take us in was really lovely.
Yeah, they've had Justin Bieber and all these great singers who we've heard of.
Now, you guys, help us make our Christmas dream and really a Christmas miracle come true. Stream Carefree Christmas with Hoda and Jenna on Spotify, Apple Music.
Look, people are saying there's no way it's going to chart. I mean,
who said that?
Look, our staff believes it's good. Look at our staff.
Who said it wasn't going to chart?
Look, some people are negative Nellies.
Now, are the people on the earlier hours telling us that it's not going to chart?
No, they didn't say that, but I do think there are some doubters out there. So why don't we prove everybody wrong?
Okay, so all you have to do is scan that QR code or just say, hey, Alexa, play A Carefree Christmas. And you know what? Maybe if it does chart, we'll sing it live here. Because no other show wants us.
We've asked. They said no. Okay, all right. Coming up next, the breakout performer getting Oscar buzz for his role in May December. Charles Melton is with us. Coming after this.
Charles Melton is a star on the rise. He scored his big break on the TV series Riverdale. Now Charles is fresh off his win at the Gotham Awards for his performance in the new movie May December alongside Oscar winners Julianne Moore and Natalie Portman.
Okay, so Charles plays Joe, the husband to Julianne Moore, whose character Gracie is 23 years his senior. Their notorious tabloid romance began when Joe was just in the 7th grade, and now their story is being made into a film 20 years later. Here's a sneak peek.
I just realized we're basically the same age.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Yeah.
Funny, I'm just now starting to think about having kids, and you're almost sending yours off to college.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
I think it was almost, I think I didn't know what a big deal it was in a way because, you know, but anyway.
Okay.
But anyway.
But anyway, so just so you know, Natalie Portman was here yesterday, and she called you the breakout star, the masterstroke. You are coming through. I mean, you won this award yesterday or the other day. I mean, just tell us what it feels like. You've just done so well with this part.
Oh, thank you so much. I feel very, so much gratitude, and you know, I'm so happy. My sister's here with me, and you know, I called my parents right afterwards. They were really excited. I mean, I could have said, "Mom, like, hey, guess what? Like, you know, I won the Christmas award," and she would be like, "Oh my God."
Oh, you have that kind of cool mom.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's so cool.
Well, what is so awesome is, first of all, you star alongside, as we said, Oscar winners, women that I'm sure you looked up to as actors, and your name is the one that people are calling out at the Gotham Awards.
Yeah.
We have this little video of you holding the award.
Yeah.
Can we just take a look?
I don't know how
I cradle it.
You don't really know what to do with it.
No.
There you go.
Okay, but we think you're going to have to start practicing holding awards because there's all of this Oscar buzz, which I know is probably even too much to think about, to bear.
Yeah, it's exciting. You know, I just go back to those 23 days of filming in Savannah, Georgia, which is a short amount of time for filming the movie.
Yeah.
That was the greatest gift. So being here with you guys is so exciting. I never imagined this. And, you know, you guys have your song.
We're talking about. We'll give you a T-shirt.
Yes.
I would love a T-shirt.
Yes. We'll give you a
one.
T-shirt.
So,
Yeah.
Charles, you talked about your sister, by the way, happens to be standing just a few feet away from us against the board over there. She's here. She works with you as well. You said you called your parents after you got the award. What was it like growing up? Did you tell your mom and dad, hey, look, I want to be an actor, and were they all for it, or what did they have in mind for you?
Yeah, they've always been so supportive. I always used to go to, or I still go to the movies with my dad every week whenever I see him, and it's just one of our few things that we connect on is seeing films. And when I was 20, I ended up going to this little talent showcase thing and drove out to LA.
Did it make your parents nervous though to have their kids say, you know, I'm going to try this thing?
I think so. They didn't really know, but they were just so supportive, and so I was really lucky.
Okay, we also have to talk about the talent showcase, because is it true that you were just listening to the radio and you heard somebody say, if you want to come be an actor, come on down, and then you followed the lead?
Yeah, I was driving to football practice and I heard, do you want to be an actor? I was like, yeah. Do you want to be a singer? No, maybe not. But they were like, call 1-800-STARS. And so I called, and then I auditioned, and then one thing led to another, and I drove out to LA when I was 20.
What was it like, Julianne Moore, we were saying, and Natalie Portman, 2 Oscar winners, was it kind of a master class watching them?
Oh, yeah. It was hard. I mean, it was so incredible. You know, I wanted to focus on telling the character's story, Joe, but they're masters, and they're so sweet, and they're so silly, and just, I'm still pinching myself. I mean,
you're so emotional in this movie. I mean, there are times where you really go to a very deep, deep place. How do you get yourself there when you're acting?
Yeah, I think a lot of it came to Sammy Birch's script. There was so much in between the text, and Todd Haynes, who's one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, he really just guided me the whole way through. And having Natalie and Julie there supporting me was very.
And it's, you know, I wonder, did you have to like talk yourself in and be like, okay, I can do this.
Yeah,
I don't have imposter syndrome. I can do this.
Yeah. Just, you know, a lot of hyper focus and concentration when it came to the script, and just taking everything one day at a time, and, you know, talking to my loved ones and having their support. And Todd, Natalie, and Julie were just so encouraging, and I felt so safe to just,
protected.
You know, yeah.
Well, we love having you.
Yes,
we really feel like your
you're
star is on
amazing.
the rise.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you for being here. And we have somewhere we have a shirt for you that you can give to your sister.
Yes. May December, by the way, in select theaters now, and it starts streaming on Netflix this Friday. Thank you so much.
Thank
we
you so much.
appreciate it.
You're so lovely. Coming up next, a simple and healthy dish for an easy weeknight meal after this.
Wow.
Thank you. That's why she ran so far.
Back now with Food Network star Artie Saquara, who's got a dish for the perfect weeknight meal or on your holiday table.
Yes. Okay, first of all, we love your sweater.
What's
But
special?
she's-
Wait, what did you wear this for?
Is that an alpaca?
Yeah.
Is this for a special occasion?
It's a carefree Christmas sweater.
It's a carefree Christmas.
It sure
Everybody's
is.
talking about it.
Okay, wait. You're going to put a South Asian twist on salmon. You can follow along with
Yes.
this QR code.
Yes.
What are we doing?
So first of all, we're going to get our aggression out, right?
We like that.
These are fennel seeds that I'm just going to grind so super fine.
Okay.
And this is from my new cookbook that's called Unwind, and
Want me
you
to
can
put
throw
some
some salt in there too. Yeah.
That whole salt? Or just sprinkle?
A good amount. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this salmon. Well, first of all, I'm going to cut a couple slits in it. Okay.
Oh, why do you do that?
So there's a lot of fat in salmon, which is lovely. We love that, right? But you want to render some of that out so you get nice crispy skin. So you're going to put a couple of slits in it.
That's
Just
a secret.
On the underside. This is what we're going to
Just
roast
through the
it.
skin. Okay.
But you do this. Ooh, I went too deep there,
That's okay.
guys.
That
Look,
happens.
even food
professionals.
professionals,
Pros.
it's going to be just fine. So I'm going to sprinkle it with this fennel salt.
Okay.
And I'm going to let it sit for about 30 minutes. You can put it in the fridge, on the counter.
Okay.
You know, sometimes when you cook salmon, you get that sort of white, icky stuff.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yes.
What do you do there?
It's just protein.
Oh.
It's fine for you. But when you hit it with salt and let it sit for 30 minutes, it breaks that down a little. So
good
you
tip.
won't have to deal with
Okay,
it.
now, is this honey?
That is honey that we've warmed up a little. So you're actually
it's
going to
kind of
go
like
ahead
this?
and brush it, yeah.
So honey after the fennel and salt. That's so interesting.
So when in the oven, you're not going to really taste it too much, but it's going to give it a nice little glaze.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what's your baking time?
This is 8 to 10 minutes. It's going to be a 500-degree oven. You put the fish in, then turn it down to 275.
Oh.
I know. Why do people do that?
So that it gets that first little
Jolt.
slap of
Yeah.
heat,
Slap.
and then it's a very gentle
Now,
caress
do you
after
like to
that.
use this underneath
Avocado
it?
oil. Yeah, you can do it on top or underneath. It's fine.
Okay, avocado oil.
Yeah. Just,
Okay. Oh,
there
right
we
on
go.
top
Yeah,
after.
just like that.
Now
in
we're
the
making
oven.
the amazing sauce. What do we got?
So I like to do dinner and a show. This is a weeknight meal, but you could also do it
Make
for a
it-
holiday.
yeah,
So I'm
totally.
doing a very traditional Indian technique called tadka.
Okay.
Okay, and so you can do this over fish, chicken, vegetables, sweet potatoes, anything. I've just got some warm oil, fennel seeds, nigella seeds, which are like onion seeds, okay? And you're just gonna
That looks
let
beautiful,
them
by the way. It
sizzle.
smells great.
And seeds are sort of dormant, like
Okay.
a bear in winter. And so when you put it in warm oil, it just wakes
Popping.
them up. Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're gonna, once that sort of sizzles and releases the aroma, you're gonna add some ginger. Would you hand me the jalapeno
This
right
one?
there?
So is this a spicy?
It can
Or you get the
be.
seeds out?
I have kids,
Yeah.
so I take the seeds
that?
out.
You put in
the
scallion?
scallion white.
What's
So
this
we'll
one?
wait until the end for the.
Oh.
Well, you can do
Okay.
it. It's fine.
I was like, this is the
Wait
end.
for the end. And what is this one?
So this is the scallion whites. This is the scallion
Oh,
greens.
I understand.
I want to
Got it,
cook
got it.
these a little,
Okay.
right, to
See,
soften them,
I
and
see.
then at the end
You
can
add
go ahead and
those.
throw them in.
Okay.
Okay. So that's your tadka. So the idea is you bring the fish to the table. People are like, oh, that's nice.
And
you're
then
like,
you have the
"Boom."
topper.
You're like, wait a minute.
It's like the star on
It's no ordinary
tree.
salmon.
Mm-hmm.
So this is your tadka. And this is, you know, I was saying it's from my new cookbook, and the whole point of my cookbook is to sort of take back that dinner hour. You guys are mums, and you do things all day.
Oh, my
We
God.
need some joy and fun in the kitchen, and that's what the book is all
This
about.
is delicious.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you like it.
Yummy.
Little
So
lemon.
get this recipe. Go to today.com/food, scan the QR code, create a Today account, and you can save on all your favorite recipes for the holidays and beyond.
And let's get her new cookbook. What's the name of it again?
Unwind.
Unwind. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna have
Coming
to
up
say-
next, we will dish with my latest book club author, Kane Day Fadipe, on her novel. It's beautiful. I love it. It's called The Sun Sets in Singapore. Right after this.
So what oil do you put on the bottom here, or is that just left?
Avocado. Avocado.
All right, you ready to take a journey across the world to, how about Singapore?
Oh, we definitely are. And here to show us the way is Kane De Felipe, the author of this month's Read with Jenna book club pick, The Sun Sets in Singapore. We're going to chat with her in a moment, but first, let's take a peek inside these pages. In her debut novel, The Sun Sets in Singapore, author Kane De Felipe takes us on a journey across the world to beautiful, luxurious Singapore. Friends Dara, Amaka, and Lillian have left their Nigerian roots behind to start anew, building careers, families, and falling in love against the backdrop of sunny beaches and glamorous fashion. Until one handsome newcomer creates chaos. Each woman will have to face and embrace their past and learn to lean on each other to find their futures.
Welcome. It's so good to see you. And by the way, what a bunch of great women right here. Hello to the completely booked book club. They've got members all over the country, and their goal is to read stories from authors of all different backgrounds. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Hi. We love that. Okay, Kinde, we're so happy you're here. You came from Singapore.
I did, yes.
I know because we've got into Zoom a little bit, but tell us how this novel came to be.
Well, I started writing it about 6 or 7 years ago, and I originally wrote something that was a little heavier, a little bit darker, and I just had my son, so I really didn't want to go back into a heavy space when I was editing the book. And I just decided to write something a little bit lighter that was capturing all the different types of people I was meeting in Singapore. I'd not been there long. I was part of an amazing writing group as well. It was just a way for me to write about the different types of women, specifically Black women that I was meeting in Singapore. It attracts a lot of very different people from all over the world. And I actually at the time had a blog, so every week I would publish a little chapter and start to get feedback, and my confidence grew a little bit as a writer, and I just decided that I was going to kind of take the plunge and develop it into a full-length novel.
I love the blog portion of that because you do. It's almost like you're testing it out to see how is it being received. What was really resonating with people?
Well, first of all, I'll say that that's something Dickens did. He used to publish weekly, so I was inspired by that. I found that people really enjoyed definitely the drama.
Yes. Yeah.
It was, the chapters were shorter then, and so even more dramatic. And I think also just the pastiches of life in Singapore. That's something that I really wanted to just capture. I wanted you to get a sense of what it's like going to different parts of Singapore. And, you know, it's a country that has UNESCO heritage sites, but it also has like amazing bars and nightlife. It's great for families. And you can get a really different sense of flavor just from shifting from one part of town to another. So, yeah.
And if people have not, and I know we have you all to ask questions, have not read this book, it is like taking a book vacation. You do not need to get on a plane, and it really is about friendship and why we need women in our lives, and I love that. But okay, we want to get to y'all's questions. Okay. So, I'm sorry, let me get to your questions.
There we go.
Where do you have
I think Jordan is first. Where's Jordan? Hi, Jordan.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having us. My question is, why Singapore right now for the world, in focusing specifically on African women in this metropolis area?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I hadn't really read a book with women from the African diaspora or characters from the African diaspora in Asia. But I wrote what I was experiencing. So if I was living, you know, maybe in a different part of the world, maybe that's what I would have written. But there are a lot of people from the diaspora in Singapore come to work. They're bankers, lawyers, teachers, and spouses as well, travel with their families. And I just think it's they're stories that we haven't really heard. And it's, I think for me, I found it enjoyable showing what these different women were experiencing. And some of them are struggling financially, some of them are thriving financially, some of them are struggling with their families. But all of them have some kind of baggage or history that they're trying to leave behind that you can't in order to move forward. So it's a country that is, in terms of time zones, you know, very far away from the rest of the world.
Trying to get on a Zoom with you, it's very tricky.
It's very hard.
And we also have a question from Ashley.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Were you always going to write the characters as expats, and do you think that contributed to their struggles individually?
Yes, I was always going to write them as expats because I'm an expat. That's probably the only reason I would be in Singapore is either for work or with my partner who's there for work. And I think that's true to many of the characters in the book. So yeah, that was definitely something I was always going to do. The characters were already fully formed from the very beginning. They didn't really change from draft to draft. The plot changed somewhat. My amazing editors helped me to kind of bring out and tease out what was working and take out what wasn't, shorten the book. So it was very hard to shorten the book. They really wanted me to try and bring the Lanny character, who's the inciting incident, in earlier, which was, we kind of had a tug of war about that, because I like books to kind of slowly unfold, but I think readers want things to move really quickly. So that was something that we worked on. But yeah, they were always going to be expats.
All right, I think we have time for Passion.
Yes.
Passion.
Good morning.
Hi, Passion.
Hello. So my question is, thinking about how African American women or Black women are traditionally written about in books, what made you think out of the box and look at Write About Us from a different lens?
Well, first of all, I'll say I don't know that I was in the box to begin with. So I wrote the women as I met them, as I saw them. I didn't think, oh, I want to try and portray them a different way. I just tried as much as I could to capture their energy. And Lillian, for example, is quite a vulnerable character. And I found her very emotional to write at times. And, she was inspired by someone I met at an event with a lot of African American women. I can't remember her name. I didn't really even speak to her. But it was just her energy. It was just very soft and gentle, and there was a lot of noise around her, but she was something very held about her. I was very intrigued by her. And then I started to build that character. So, I mean, as many different types of Black women as they are, there should be many different types of characters, and they just exist. And then you bring them together, and hopefully there's a little bit of conflict, but hopefully there's connection as well.
Magic.
Yes, exactly.
Kendi, we adore you. This book is incredible. First of all, this is your debut.
I can't.
You have to read this book. Get it for your holiday. Read it on vacation. It's incredible, and we're going to be working together more, which is really, really exciting.
Can't wait to hear more about that.
I know.
It's going to be big.
So if you guys are wondering if this is coming to TV, the answer is yes.
Yes.
To check out the sunsets in Singapore.
Can we all go to Singapore?
Yes! Yes! To check it out, go buy it wherever you buy your indie books, or go today.com/readwithjenna.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you.
Coming up next, we're playing a fun musical game in honor of our debut Christmas song.
A lot of debuts around
Everybody's
here.
talking about it after this.
Oh, can you
Nobody's
sing?
talking about it. It's a big day around here. That's our first single. It's called A Carefree Christmas.
Yeah, it dropped in midnight. So in honor of us joining the ranks of great Christmas classics, we're celebrating with a fun game. And Donna's here to host.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, ladies. Okay, it's time to play. Do they know these Christmas songs at all?
Way to go, Donna.
Name.
How does it work?
I'm going to join in on the singing fun, by the way. Okay, so here's how it works. Hoda,
Yes.
you are paired with Allison Risser from Iowa.
Way to go, Allison.
Jenna, you are paired with Kayla Kastner from Louisiana.
Let's go!
Kids,
So here's
have
the
some
game.
fun.
It's going to be fun. I'm going to sing the lyric to a
you're
popular
gonna sing?
Christmas song.
Oh,
I
wow.
sure am.
Wait.
I
Nobody
wasn't
told
kidding.
us.
And then if you think you can finish the lyric, buzz on in and give it to me.
Okay,
Okay?
we're ready.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Here's the first one. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. La 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 la. 'Tis
The season
She's
to
not
be
jolly.
Fa la 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 la.
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know?
If you could graciously let me finish.
Okay.
Got it. Got it.
That's what I thought. So should we take that point away?
we can well earned.
Okay, here's the next one. Ready? Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Yeah, that was great. I was trying to interrupt.
What do you mean? We thought we won. Did we not buzz in?
Okay, here's the next one.
Good job.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth
proclaim Merry Christmas.
What?
No, do it again. Kayla, no.
Let's receive her king.
Yeah, Kayla for the win.
Jenna, she saved you.
I saved you. Listen, I slowed my mouth so that Kayla could do it.
Is that what happened? Okay.
Here's the next one. Ready? I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need.
I don't know what's happening. I think your buzzer is broken.
Ours is.
Yes. Like for real.
Oh, no.
It is.
No wonder. No, it's not. Okay, continue.
Okay, how about
We're
you?
gonna have fine.
How about you
It's
raise
okay.
your hand? Raise your hand.
No, we're
okay?
gonna hit the buzzer.
All right, here's the.
Okay, go ahead.
On the second day of Christmas, my true love sent to me.
Oh, wait. Christmas.
On the second day of Christmas.
Two turtle doves and a partridge in a pear.
That's right, guys. That's
Here's
right.
the next one. Are you ready?
got that right.
Okay. Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's
Oh, no. Best time of the year.
Pause. You hit it before
Well,
she was
you
done.
had one that you unfortunately hit before it was done too, so now we're even. Now we're even.
Okay, that's true. You are
go
even.
ahead.
Okay, here's the last one. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I don't really know. Fa la 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 Christmas.
Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. By the way, you guys, thank you so much. We're so
Thank
happy
you.
you're here. And by the way, we should point out that your kids miss school. I think they're
And they're
over there.
twins.
They're- your kids are over there.
Well, you
I
have
think
three
our
of them.
family members are there. We'll just get a
and then
quick shot.
friend
You
of
guys
52 years.
What?
Alex.
Oh my God, y'all!
You guys get Hoda and Jenna swag back.
That's my girlfriend's over there. That's
52 years of friendship. I saw y'all there.
How amazing
What a
is that?
great group.
Happy
All right,
You guys, we hope you'll download our Christmas song and make our Christmas dreams come true.
Come on.
It's called A
Carefree
Carefree Christmas.
We'll be back after this. Merry Christmas.
That's our new song, but guess what else is out? A new episode of Hoda's podcast, Making Space.
Oh my gosh, I sit down with music superstar Melissa Etheridge. A fascinating conversation. Search for Making Space wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, tomorrow, y'all, we have Issa Rae and the stars of her funny HBO show.
Don't forget to download it.
Download it, y'all.
For Christmas. Is it stuck in your head?
Look. La la Christmas. I think we're charting. Maybe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
It's the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap on Today All Day. This year, we're celebrating the season in a big way, bringing you 52 delicious and delectable cookie recipes from all across the country to ring in the holiday cheer. Coming up, beloved bloggers, seasoned chefs, and food-savvy friends will all be sharing tasty hometown treats. Fancy a beautiful Buckeye Diamond from Ohio? How about cookie cow fudge from Wisconsin? Well, just keep watching. Over the next 4 hours, we are going coast to coast, starting in the Northeast. Then we'll head over to the South, then over to the Midwest, the Southwest, and finally the West Coast. We have an amazing lineup for you today. Celebrity chefs like Duff Goldman and Christina Tosi will be joining us. And you don't want to miss special recipes from Layla Ali and Martina McBride. Plus, a few members of the Today family, including yours truly, will be sharing our favorite cookies to make this time of year. Throughout the show, look for this QR code that will appear at the bottom of your screen for recipes and more information on how you can give back this season. Feeding America, the country's largest network of food banks, is working to fight food insecurity. During this special, scan your smartphone here to find out how you can volunteer or donate to help local food banks fill plates and hearts this holiday season. So let's get baking. First up, we are kicking things off in the Today Show's home state. Take it away, Adam Richman, repping New York.
Hey, what's up? It's Adam Richman here, and I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. So I can't wait to show you guys a real taste of my childhood. Now, Hamantaschen are traditionally made for the Jewish masquerade holiday of Purim, but they are absolutely delicious any time of year. Now, to celebrate the Big Apple, I've created an apple pie filling for this classic cookie, and I just know that you and your family and friends are gonna love it. I like to work with a combination of Granny Smith and Golden Delicious. So we have some brown sugar. I'm gonna put that on in here. Some granulated white sugar. And we have the confectioner's sugar. So like every good apple pie filling, we're going to add a little bit of lemon juice, a little bit of vanilla, and apple pie spice. And of course, we're gonna add some cornstarch. We wanna make sure that there's no lumps of dry ingredients or there's some, well, pardon me, but kind of naked apples. So now we're gonna cook this all down and make a nice, ooey gooey, sweet and sticky apple pie filling for the center of our Hamantaschen. But we don't wanna put this directly into the pan because it'll burn, especially with all that sugar. So that little bit of fat is gonna help coat the pan, and also, you know, everything's better with butter. Make sure it coats the whole bottom of the pan. And essentially, we want it to be close to almost like a caramel apple you get at the fair. And you see how it moves all together? As we say in Brooklyn, bing bang. This is what we're looking for. Take it off the heat. Oh man, it smells like a Norman Rockwell painting makes you feel. First off, we have some cubes of chilled butter. It's gonna create a beautiful color, beautiful smell, and a real great richness and flakiness to the dough itself. So we have 2.5 cups of flour. To that, we're going to add some confectioner's sugar. We're gonna add baking powder, not baking soda. And then of course, we're gonna keep that theme going with those wonderful warm spices. Anyway, we're gonna throw in 2 pinches of salt right into the dough. And then we want to add about a teaspoon of orange zest. My grandma, my great aunt used to add orange juice. Remember, you don't want to go down to what's called the pith, which is the white layer. We want that top orange layer, which has all of the real essential oils that go into an orange. Let's go over to the food processor. So we have our butter, we have some brown sugar. We're gonna pulse this together till it has the consistency of almost sand, like clumpy sand. To that, we're going to add a little bit of vanilla extract and 2 eggs. We're gonna pulse it again. So now we've combined the wet, we're gonna slowly add in a little bit of that dry. Now, if you have a big work surface at home, you can actually put flour on it, and you wanna work as quickly as you can while it's cold. And you wanna roll this dough out till it's about 1/8 of an inch thick. So outside in, you wanna work in all the different directions. So a beautiful rolled out dough right here. So you can use a ring cutter. I actually use a pint glass. Take it, give it a little bit of a twist. And there you go, we have it. Put it right here onto our sheet pan. So you're gonna take a dollop of this filling. Don't overfill. I can't stress this enough. You want it to be like a little bit of a burst of flavor. So you wanna put it in the center, but you wanna make sure that there's ample room all around. Take a brush, dip it in the egg wash, and we wanna brush all the way around the round of the cookie. That's gonna help it stick even during the cooking process. So what I like to do is I take 2 ends and I make essentially a cone. See, cone, it has the juice. So I take this, now we have this sort of fan shape. I bring these up, give it a pinch, and there's the Hamantash. Now we wanna go back in with the egg wash and really get on those folds first and foremost. And there's your Hamantash. I'll repeat that just in case you missed it the first time. All right, these are stuffed, these are folded. Throw them into a 375-degree oven for 10 to 12 minutes till they're golden brown. Here they are, fresh, golden, and delicious. Apple pie Hamantaschen representing New York. I dressed for the occasion, representing my Junicorn roots. And whether or not you're even in the great state of New York, wherever you are, whoever you are, however you celebrate your holidays, whatever you eat, may your holidays be sweet.
I'm Tiffany Faison, and I'm making gorgeous Fluffernutter cookies from the great state of Massachusetts. Fluffernutter sandwiches are a New England icon. They're peanut butter and sweet marshmallowy fluff in a sandwich together. We love them so much, we have a festival to celebrate fluff every year. We're starting with our dry ingredients. Here we have our flour, baking soda, and baking powder. And then we just want to give those a quick whisk just to combine. Now that we have our dries mixed, we are gonna head to Buttertown. So it starts with about 2 cups of butter. This is room temperature butter. Pretty important that it is room temperature. We're gonna add the other butter, the peanut butter. So can't have a Fluffernutter sandwich without peanut butter. Throw this in here. It's gonna get a little gooey and a little messy. Guys, it's cookie time, it's the holidays. Nothing to get concerned about. You want this gorgeous, airy, fluffy mix. That's what we're looking for. So to this mixture, to our peanut butter and butter mixture, we're gonna add light brown sugar. And granulated sugar. Same thing, scrape down, let it fly. This is our vanilla extract. Just gonna throw that into our eggs before we add it too, just for ease of convenience. Okay, so to our mixture of peanut butter, butter, sugar, eggs, and vanilla, we're now gonna slowly add our dries. Let's get our oats in there. You don't have to be precious with them. They'll stand up to a good mixing. So now the fun part. We are going to scoop our cookie dough onto our sheet tray. We want them big because we're gonna pipe some fluff into our peanut butter cookie. It's gonna be gorgeous. So this is, for me, this is like a perfect holiday cookie. And I'd be remiss to tell you that I wait to the holidays to make this cookie. We start in Massachusetts the minute the leaves hit the ground. There's pumpkin and apple everything around here. So I start making pumpkin breads and I start making apple butter. It's just reminds me of why I choose to live here. So we have our cookies scooped. What we're gonna do is just take our scooper and make a little indention. Just use the back side of it. It's gonna stick a little bit, don't worry about it. Cookies are never meant to be perfect, just like people. So to this, we have our fluff. Fluff is super versatile. We use this for everything. We fix cars, we, spackle houses, we eat it. Just kidding. So just a little scoop of fluff in the middle, about 1/4 of the total Fluffernutter cookie. Just gonna pipe that in. And you could bake it just like this. You're just gonna have a fluff center. I'm gonna go ahead and just scoop the cookie around the fluff to where when it bakes, it sort of all melts together and it's combined when you eat it. So these guys are going in the oven 8 to 10 minutes, 325 degrees. You can rotate the pan halfway through, make sure that they're cooked GBD, golden brown delicious, really consistently all the way through. It smells incredible in here. It smells like peanut buttery, nutty, buttery goodness. These are gorgeous. The biggest problem with these is their disappearing act that they pull. They're crispy on the outside, chewy and fluffy on the inside. Look at that, so good. It's like the fluff equivalent of a cheese pull in a cookie. You guys have to make these cookies. They really are straight from the heart of Massachusetts. One of my favorite holiday treats. Oh my God, so good.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoe Francois, the host of Zoe Bakes, and I'm representing the beautiful state of Vermont. Today I'm sharing a recipe inspired by the flavors of this beautiful state, my Vermont Maple Raisin Holiday Cookies. They're chewy and sweet from the raisins with a maple glaze, and they're absolutely perfect for holiday baking. So let's get started. To start my cookies, I'm gonna make a really simple dough. It's a very soft, sticky dough, so once you make it, you wanna wrap it up into a packet and refrigerate it for at least an hour. Once it's chilled, I'm gonna roll it on a silicone mat. I am gonna dust the silpat with just a tiny bit of flour to prevent it from sticking. I'm gonna take my dough, put it right on top, and then I'm gonna put the plastic right back on top of the dough so that the dough won't stick to my rolling pin. I'm gonna roll this out to a 9 by 11 rectangle. Once your dough is all rolled out and ready to go, I'm just gonna peel the plastic away. And then I'm gonna cover it with my chopped up raisins, but you can also use craisins or any dried fruit you want. I'm gonna put that onto half of the dough. And then I'm gonna fold the other half over the raisins. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. It's okay if those raisins poke through. In fact, you really want them to. It's part of the look, and also then you know that it's thin enough. I have a sheet pan that's covered in parchment paper. I'm gonna use my little Christmas tree cookie cutter, and I'm going to cut out my cookies. So the next thing that I need to do is put a really light egg wash on these, and then I'm gonna bake them at 350 for about 12 to 15 minutes until they're really golden brown and crispy and beautiful. My cookies are totally cooled, and now I'm gonna add the best part, the maple glaze. You want it to be thick enough that it's gonna cling to the cookie, but thin enough that I can just drizzle it. I like to add just a little bit of festivity to it, so some little decorative sugar pearls. It just makes them a little more holiday. And that's it. So good. Merry Christmas from my family to yours.
Man, those cookies are so festive. I think I'm feeling that holiday spirit. All right, coming up, we've got a gorgeous edible centerpiece and a family recipe from my very own kitchen. Stay tuned for more. Welcome back to today's Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. Up next, I've been enjoying these Christmas cookies since I was a little girl. It just isn't the holidays in my house without them. Christmas just isn't Christmas in my house without my great Aunt Tilly's cookies. They just remind me of big family dinners during the holiday season. And I love dipping these soft anise cookies into coffee. I even did it when I was little. We're going to start by mixing our dry ingredients. We're going to add baking powder to the flour. And if you need to know anything about my family, we like salt. So a nice hearty pinch of salt, and mix that together. So now we're going to get to the wet ingredients. We're going to start with some vegetable shortening that you want to melt and then cool. We're going to put our eggs right into the cooled vegetable shortening. We're going to add our sugar. Now, my Aunt Tilly's secret was an entire bottle of anise flavoring. So when I'm mixing this together, I actually like to let it go for a little while to make it nice and fluffy. So now we're going to add some of the dry ingredients. Start off slow, because otherwise you will have flour everywhere. I'm just going to scrape this down, and then we can mix it by hand. This is where Calvin asked, can I lick the beaters? I know you're not really supposed to be doing it, but it was always the thing your mom let you do. And now looking back, it's like, well, it keeps them quiet for a few minutes. So like, here you go, have fun with that. So at this point, you can kind of make whatever size cookies you want, small, large. My Aunt Tilly actually used to get so sick of making cookies. She would make them into a nice log, and then after they baked, she would slice them. So we always had sliced cookies instead of, like little round cookies. So when you put these on the tray, you don't have to worry about them spreading like some cookies do. These more or less rise. So our cookies have come out of the oven. We let them cool because you don't want to put the icing on top of the hot cookies. But I want to just show you the color. On the top, you want them to still look sort of doughy. So now we're going to make the icing, which is probably the most stressful thing I do all year because you have to get the texture of the icing just right. So we have confectioner's sugar in here. Again, start off slow, like just put a little bit of water. Once it starts to loosen up though, it goes pretty quickly. All right, so once we have this here, we're gonna take our cookie, just turn it upside down
and give it a nice little squish on the top. I usually do 2 before I put some sprinkles on because once it starts to harden up, the sprinkles don't stick as much. When it comes to sprinkles, only use these sprinkles. This is all my Aunt Tilly would use. This is all you're allowed to use. They're hard to find. They're nonpareils in multicolors. And then you just sprinkle them on top. And here they are, my great Aunt Tilly's Christmas cookies. Aren't they pretty? Happy holidays from my family to yours.
Hey everyone, my name is Elijah Milligan. I lived in Philadelphia my entire life, and I'm a die-hard fan of everything Philadelphia sports. Today's cookie is inspired by our Philadelphia Phillies, who had a phenomenal season and really made our city proud. So today's cookie is going to be our Phillies Red October Red Velvet Cookies. This cookie combines our iconic Phillies colors, and it will make any holiday table look great, and the flavor is out of this world. So first thing first, we're going to mix all of our dry ingredients. So we have our AP flour, we have our cocoa powder, baking soda, and sea salt. We're just going to give this a little whisk. Next step, we're going to cream our butter and sugar. We're just going to add room temp butter and sugar to the stand mixer and beat it for about 5 minutes until light and fluffy. We're just going to go on medium speed. I think 4 should do the trick. Now we're going to add 1 egg, and we're going to scrape down the sides of the bowl as well. And then we're going to turn this back on at low speed. We're going to add our vanilla extract, our buttermilk, and then our red food coloring as well. So we're going to mix this until combined. Look at this bright, beautiful color. Reminds me of Christmas. Reminds me of the Phillies making it all the way to the World Series. So next we're going to mix the dried ingredients. I want to let this go till it's fully incorporated. Oh, these look awesome. All right, this looks ready to go. So we're going to turn this off, scrape any extra off of our paddle. Then we're going to fold in our chocolate chips. Oh, this looks really fun. Make sure those are nicely incorporated. Oh, a little bit extra. This red, man. This is Christmas. This is Phillies. All in one bite. So have a tray ready to go with some parchment. We're just going to scoop these with a 1 ounce scoop, leaving a little bit of space in between, so they are going to spread. Next up, we're going to lightly press down on each mound. And that's just going to flatten it slightly. They don't have to be perfect. You want a little rustic shape to these. So next up, we're going to bake these off at 350, and that should take about 12 minutes. All right, so these have cooled completely. I've already started putting some powdered sugar on these. It just smells so good in here. These look nice and festive. Delicious, warm. Tastes like Christmas. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from my Philly table to yours.
Hey everyone, I'm Skylar Bouchard and I'm representing the state of Delaware. I grew up in Delaware, and although we're known as the small wonder, our state is full of so many big personalities. So I decided to make big, bold, and flavorful cookies, the sweet corn cookie with a blueberry pie swirl. Our first step is to make the filling. It all starts with frozen blueberries, which I'm adding to a saucepan. And then we're gonna add 1/3 cup of sugar. We're just going to coat the blueberries until they're fully coated. They look like sugar-covered blueberries. We're gonna work on our thickener, which is so easy. It's just 1/3 cup of water, a teaspoon of lemon juice. We're gonna add 2 tablespoons of cornstarch right to the water. We're essentially making a slurry. And we wanna mix this until all the clumps have dissolved, so it's nice and smooth. I can hear our blueberries heating up. The perfect time. We're gonna add all of this right to the blueberries and mix this up. Now we're just gonna add 1/4 teaspoon of salt, and this really enhances that blueberry flavor and makes it taste more like blueberries. Trust me on that. So we're gonna cook this over medium-high heat and bring it to a boil, then reduce to a simmer, cook for 10 minutes, just stirring every minute or so until it's nice and thick. Now we're gonna work on our dry ingredients. This is so easy, you just whisk them all together in a bowl. So we're starting with 2 2/3 cup of all-purpose flour, Then the main character, masa harina. This is used in yellow corn tortillas and it gives a really distinct corn aroma. Our next ingredient, cornstarch. A teaspoon of kosher salt, 1 1/4 teaspoons of baking soda, and 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. That's the dry ingredients. That was so easy. Now we're gonna make our dough. It starts by using chilled butter and creaming it with light brown sugar and white sugar. So I just finished creaming my butter and sugar. Now we're gonna add our eggs in. I have 2 chilled eggs and I'm gonna run this on low speed. So my eggs are all combined. I'm gonna put this on low speed and gradually add in my dry ingredients. All right, I'm gonna use a spatula to help me guide it in. Just a little bit at a time so it doesn't go flying everywhere. It's now time to make our cookies. So what I did is I separated my dough into 10 equal sized balls, and we're just going to flatten one of these in the palm of our hands. So these are about 1/2 inch thick, like this, and we're gonna basically make an empanada. We're gonna scoop our delicious filling and pop it in the middle. See this? So we're gonna bring the edges around to encase this filling. And it's okay if the filling comes out because that's just gonna give you a beautiful swirl later. Delicious mistakes, let me tell you. And we're gonna roll this into a ball, just carefully close any holes. So I'm dipping this into some crushed cornflakes for a nice delicious crunch and some more corn flavor. And I'm putting it on a baking sheet that I lined with non-stick spray. So I'm gonna do this 4 more times, put 5 on this baking sheet and 5 on another baking sheet because they do spread out in the oven. We wanna give them enough room to do their thing. So I let these cool for 10 minutes and now they are ready to serve. They are gooey and soft and delicious. My husband, I can see him in the corner of my eye. He's been so excited for these cookies. I know you want these. You gotta crack one open with me.
Can I
grab
one?
this one. It looks like a juicy beauty.
Oh, yeah.
All right, ready? Oh, look at that filling.
All right,
Cheers.
Mmm. Oh, wow.
That's the stuff.
You did it.
Oh my God, yeah. These cookies are so good. Clearly my dog wants them. My husband loves them. So happy holidays from my family to yours. I hope you enjoy this recipe.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more holiday sweet treats from Erin French, Nick DiGiovanni, and more chefs from the Northeast. Welcome back to today's Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. Up next, edible Christmas trees that are truly almost too pretty to eat, and an iconic treat from Maine.
Hi everyone, I'm John Cannell, founder of Preppy Kitchen, and there is nothing better than Christmas in Connecticut. From the picturesque decorations around town to snowy walks, it's a wonderful place to celebrate the holidays. One of my favorite traditions is decorating our tree as a family, so today I'm making nutmeg Christmas cookie trees. I love a show-stopping centerpiece, and this edible one is actually surprisingly easy to make. Start with a big batch of cookie dough. Mine has 2 secret ingredients. A little bit of cornstarch will give you a nice sharp edge so your cookies don't spread, and a dash of nutmeg is a wonderful flavor for the holidays. Connecticut's the nutmeg state. We love spices during the holidays, and as an added bonus, I always freshly grate mine for added flavor. I'm rolling my dough out to about 1/4 of an inch. Our cookies should have a nice structure so they don't fall apart when we stack them. Once your dough's rolled out, it's time to cut your star shapes. We're gonna stack these up at the end. We're gonna transfer these onto a parchment-lined baking sheet. They just need a little bit of space in between each cookie. They don't spread that much. The bottom layers are really big, so you will be re-rolling all the scraps. If you wanna have extra height and drama, you're gonna wanna cut extra cookies to place in between each level. They're gonna be hidden, so they're gonna be smaller shapes, but they're just gonna lift your cookie tree up and make it look that much more realistic. My stars are all cut out. It's time to bake them 375 for about 12 minutes or until they're just taking on a golden color at the edge. Our cookies are baked and cooled golden brown underneath, so it's time to grab a cake plate and assemble them. I mixed up a big batch of buttercream. This has vanilla and nutmeg in it as well. It's a lovely combination of flavors. And for the green, I just used some green food coloring. We don't want this to move around a lot, so add a dollop of buttercream underneath. That's our glue. We're gonna add more buttercream. It's gonna add as our glue and hold everything together. You can use an offset spatula or any other tool you enjoy just to smooth things out so you have a nice flat layer of buttercream. Now we're gonna use a number 30 star tip. You could use any smaller star tip that you have hanging around. It's just gonna give you some texture and make it look like our tree is a little bit more realistic. Little dollops all over the surface of everything you see. Don't worry about the spacer, just the parts that are sticking out. And if it doesn't look perfect, it's totally okay. We're gonna cover this in Christmas ornaments, a little bit of snow, and you're not gonna be able to see any details. Time for the next layer. Just add some buttercream on top of your spacer, pop the next layer on, and repeat. Our tree is complete, but it's a little bit bare, so it's time to decorate it up to the hilt. We want all the ornaments on here, snow, and of course, a big golden star for the top. I like to start off with a light dusting of snow. We can always add more later, but it's so satisfying and it really makes it come to life. For the decorations, you have so many choices. I happen to have some jumbo sprinkles. They also sell like little chocolate candy covered spheres that you could use. You can make them out of marzipan or anything else. This Christmas tree looks nice, but it's definitely missing a star. So set this aside for just a moment and we're gonna grab some gold luster dust and another cookie. 1 star for the top. I'm gonna brush it with a little bit of glaze. You want a very thin coating just to make it sticky so it grabs the gold luster dust. Place your star on top and you're ready to celebrate the holidays. I made an extra one to try out. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Hi today, all day. I'm Erin French and I'm representing the great state of Maine. I'm bringing you a twist on a classic treat with my parsnip needhams. They're usually made with mashed potatoes and are a great way to use leftovers in a unique way. I've spent my entire life in Maine and I'm excited to show off a tried and true sweet from our great state. I'm going to start with a bit of mashed parsnips. A parsnip is a cross between a potato and a carrot, and I'm just going to add in a little bit of butter and then some confectionery sugar. And I'm just going to stir it until the butter and the sugar start to melt. I know my Mainers might be a little bit upset with me calling this a cookie, but I want to vote for it to be a state cookie because I don't think we have one. And the next thing is we're going to add in this flaked coconut. And then also a little bit of vanilla, because that always makes the flavor a bit better. And you're just gonna work it to kind of make it almost like a dough. So you're gonna get the sweetness of the sugar, the creaminess of the butter, a little bit of vanilla, and then the crunch of that really delicious coconut. Now we've got this perfect, nice and sticky mixture here. This is how we're gonna form them. And I just make little pucks. It almost looks like a peppermint patty. That's kind of what I'm going for. These are pretty rich. There's a lot of sugar and you've got all the coconut. So it's not something you want a lot of, so a nice small size is really perfect. You just want a few bites, like 3 bites is the perfect bite for this. Classic Maine Needhams are actually made on a sheet pan and then you would slice them into squares, so you can do that too. This is totally gluten-free, which is kind of a nice thing to have if you're doing a swap, because then you don't have to worry about dietary restrictions. I'm just gonna put it in the fridge and let this set up for an hour. We have a little bit of melted chocolate with some coconut oil. We'll go ahead and dunk them in. Move them around a little bit so they get nice and coated. And I'm just gonna carry on and finish the rest of them. And after they set for a second, you can sprinkle them with some salt. I'm making sure that I get both sides because I want chocolate on both sides, so you get that perfect bite every time you bite into one. I'm gonna sprinkle them with a little bit of Maldon salt. And I love Maldon salt for finishing because it's flaky and it's a little crunchy. Once your chocolate's set, you're just ready to plate and share. These remind me of the holidays because they always felt like a special treat when I was a girl. If I got to get one off the counter at the convenience store, it felt special. So if I'm thinking about holidays and I'm thinking about something that tastes like Maine, this is it for me. Merry Christmas and enjoy.
Stay tuned. We'll be back with more cookies. Welcome back to the Great American Holiday Cookies Swap, folks. This next treat will definitely be a crowd pleaser at any gathering this time of year.
77 years ago, I, Paola Velez, am one of Washington, D.C.'s most iconic pastry chefs. I think. Today, I'm making Rock Creek Park cookies, an homage to one of Washington, D.C.'s largest nature spaces. So, let's get baking. The first thing that I'm going to do is brown my butter. But it's not brown butter per se, it's like toasty butter. Once you start smelling it, and once you start seeing, your butter is done. So this toasted butter is what makes my cookies fluffy because it still has a little bit of that moisture. So our butter is now cooled, and you can see because when you scrape it, it's nice and firm. We're going to add our granulated sugar. So we're gonna make sure that we get all of the delicious butter in here. So we're gonna set it on like speed 1 first. Now we're gonna do our eggs. And as that's mixing, we're gonna make sure that we add our vanilla. So here we have some all-purpose flour, kosher salt, and some baking soda. I'm gonna put in like half, and we're gonna do almost like a mixer shuffle. So let's incorporate the rest of it. So we're gonna stop here. We have our mini marshmallows, and these guys represent like the white oak trees that line Rock Creek Park. Candy-coated chocolate rocks. It's gonna be rocks that belong in Rock Creek Park. A little bit of 70% dark chocolate. Washington, D.C. is kind of serious, and this chocolate is serious. We're gonna add walnut pieces as well, and this is gonna lend a little bit of earthiness. We can't forget the sour cherries. Cherries are Washington, D.C.'s national fruit, but also George Washington, am I right? And cute earrings. We're ready to get scooping. So we're gonna do 2 of these scoops per cookie. So I'm just gonna add one right here, and then add one right on top. And then we're gonna shape them. So for this cookie, I wanna do 2 scoops because I really want to get that volume, but I want a little bit more spread. So we're gonna shape these guys. We're gonna make sure that we press in, and just a little slight squish, and there you have it. So we've baked our beautiful cookies, and then for that last and final minute, I take a cookie cutter that's round and I shape them while they're hot, bake them for one last minute so that we can get one beautiful round Rock Creek Park cookie. And there you have it, gentle peoples, Rock Creek Park cookies. Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, and enjoy.
Hi everybody, my name is John Bawadi. I'm the chef and owner of Bearded Baking Company, and I am representing New Hampshire, the beautiful state that I was born and raised. To me, there's nothing better than a crisp fall night, roasting marshmallows, making s'mores by the bonfire. So today, I'm making campfire cookies inspired by those good times. These cookies are ooey, gooey, and delicious. They embody everything that I love about New Hampshire. So let's get started. We're gonna prep up all of our ingredients. So, to begin, we will add all of our dries into one mixing bowl. Next, we will cream our sugar and butter together. Scrape the edges, and then we will add our egg. And then we'll add our 1 teaspoon of vanilla. I have a half teaspoon here, so we'll add 2 of those. Okay, and we'll mix that until it's just incorporated, and then we will add our dry ingredients. And then as your dough starts to combine and come together, you're gonna wanna add your chocolate chips, marshmallows, and graham crackers as well. And then we just wanna lightly mix these into the batter here. Once our dough is combined, we can start to scoop the cookies. I will be making some golf ball shaped size cookies with my hands. But if you'd like to use a cookie scoop, you can definitely do that as well. And you want to be putting these on a parchment lined sheet pan. All right. Once Once we have our cookies rolled out, we can start to add some additional chunks of graham crackers and chocolate chips and marshmallows as well. Once your cookies are prepared, we're ready to go into the oven at 350 for about 10 minutes. After about 10 to 13 minutes, you're looking for the chocolate to melt, those marshmallows to be golden brown and nice and ooey and gooey, and your cookies are done. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Hey, I'm Nick DiGiovanni, and today I'm representing my home state of Rhode Island. I learned my love for biscotti through my great-grandmother, Noni, who immigrated from Italy. And today I've created my own spin, a brown butter almond biscotti, which I'm going to show you how to make right now. So first we're going to start out by making our dough, and for that I'm going to begin with a large bowl, and then into that bowl go in with some brown butter, one of my favorite ingredients in all of food and cooking. You really have to make sure you scrape out all those really tasty milk solid bits, because that's what gives you the real flavor of brown butter. Now into this bowl, I'm going to go in with some vegetable oil. The traditional way of making biscotti actually only uses eggs, but it's changed a lot over the years, and even my great-grandmother would say that there is no set way to make biscotti. Into this bowl, I'm going to add a little bit of brown sugar, and then add in our white sugar as well. And we're going to go ahead and mix all of this together. As a kid, I'd always eat about half the mixture before we added in the rest of the ingredients. At this point, we're going to go ahead and add in 3 eggs, but we want to do them one at a time. I've been practicing my one-handed egg crack for many years now. Not necessarily for speed, it's more just a nice little trick to have up your sleeve. After this is well combined, I'm going to go ahead and add in a little splash of vanilla extract. I have a homemade bottle of vanilla extract that I've been working with for a little over 2 years now. And then just a little splash of almond extract to give it that almond flavor that we're looking for in this biscotti. But you can really flavor yours however you like. Stir that up until combined. I've already combined my flour and baking powder in this bowl here, so I'm going to go ahead and add that in. And then we want to go ahead and mix this all together until it's just combined. I'm going to go ahead and sprinkle in a generous amount of my slivered almonds. You can put as many or as little as you want. Whenever you're baking, as long as you're having fun, I feel like the rest doesn't really matter. Next up, we'll grab a parchment or Silpat lined sheet pan and go ahead and add that dough ball right into the center. Then we're going to go ahead and shape this into a nice log. For biscotti, it's really not going to change very much as it bakes. And to finish before baking, I also like to sprinkle a few slivered almonds right over the top. Then all we have to do now is bake until lightly golden and puffy, about 25 minutes at 375 Fahrenheit. This has been cooling for about 10 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and transfer it right onto the cutting board. So we're going to cut at an angle here, slightly diagonally, and as we cut, aim to get about 1/2-inch slices. You can use a serrated knife for this portion if you like, but I sometimes just take one of my sharper knives and that makes it just as easy. Just make sure you're cutting at the proper time, because if you let it cool for too long, it's going to be too dry and crumbly to actually cut. Once we finish slicing these, we're going to go ahead and layer them out, cut side down. And you can use the very same parchment or sheet that you used to bake them the first time. Just make sure as you lay them out that you're leaving some space between each of them. All right, my favorite part. Once the biscotti have finished baking, I've let them cool, they've hardened, so it's time to see what they taste like. Oh my God. It's such a sweet, comforting, crumbly cookie, and that perfect combination of brown butter and almond is what really makes this a treat for me.
I literally could eat biscotti any time of the day. All right, we'll be back soon with more holiday cookies from Layla Ali, Duff Goldman, and our very own Craig Melvin, making a twist on his mother's signature oatmeal raisin cookie. Welcome back to the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. The Northeast definitely brought the sweet holiday spirit. So let's see if our next region is ready to impress. We are headed south from Virginia to Kentucky, Florida to Louisiana. We are about to cover a huge portion of our country. Look out for cake guru Duff Goldman and our own Craig Melvin coming up soon. But let's kick things off with a true legend, Layla Ali, with a sweet tribute to her father.
Hello, I'm Layla Ali, and today I'm honoring my father, the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali. I'm gonna be making my knockout bourbon butter pecan chocolate chip cookies. So I'm gonna show you how to be the champion of the holiday cookie swap. You ready to get started? All right, so first we're gonna start with our dry ingredients. I have some 1-to-1 gluten-free all-purpose flour, and I'm going to add some baking soda. We're just gonna mix these together until combined. And now I'm gonna head over to the stove and make my bourbon butter pecan mixture. I'm gonna go ahead and turn my stove on medium, add our butter to the pot. Let that start melting down. Putting the pecans in the pan like this, give them a chance to get infused with that brown sugar and that bourbon and that butter. And I'm telling you, all of these steps really make a difference as you're layering on the flavor of this cookie. Kentucky is known for their bourbon, so I had to make sure I included it in this cookie recipe. So my father actually didn't drink alcohol. So if I was making these cookies for him specifically, I probably wouldn't use the bourbon, or I would use bourbon flavoring. It does cook off once you put it to the heat, and then of course we're gonna put these cookies in the oven. But, you know, it's Dad, so I would make them his way. I'm gonna go ahead and let this cool for about 10 to 15 minutes. So now I'm gonna go ahead and start making the batter. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add this room temperature butter into my bowl. And then I'm gonna add the butter mixture. Butter on butter. And then I'm going to add my brown sugar, granulated sugar. Go ahead and give this a mix. And now we're gonna go ahead and add 2 eggs, some vanilla extract, and this batter is coming together really nicely. So now I'm gonna go ahead and fold in these dry ingredients. This cookie dough really start to form. Add our chocolate chips. I like to add a mix of milk chocolate and semi-sweet chocolate. So when I said that this recipe was inspired by one of my father's favorite treats, it's because he loved a good chocolate chip cookie. I can remember coming to visit him when he used to come in town, and we'd come to the hotel and they'd be ordering room service, and there were always cookies on the tray. Cookies and milk were some of my father's favorite treats. And now for the fun part, we're gonna go ahead and form our cookies. So what I like to do is just take a regular kitchen spoon and roll them into balls. And then I actually like to flatten them. Just standing here making these cookies brings back so many memories of my father. It's funny because there's so many ways that we are alike. I didn't want to embrace the butterfly and the bee, you know, with my father's famous saying, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. But now that he's not here, I'm always trying to find ways to incorporate him into my life, even down to the butterfly logo. All right, so these cookies are done and ready to go in the oven. These cookies smell so good. And I know if my father was here to eat one, he would totally want 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream to go with this. So it would be cookies a la mode for him. In fact, I like the size of this cookie because you can totally make an ice cream sandwich with them. These are my knockout bourbon butter pecan chocolate chip cookies. Try them because I know you're gonna love them. Up next, more sweet treats from the South.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Duff Goldman, and I have been operating Charm City Cakes out of Baltimore, Maryland since 2002. And today I am demoing a cookie from Baltimore that's been around for over 100 years. So a burger cookie is like, it's kind of somewhere in between a cookie and a cake, and it is piled high with frosting. So let's get started. The first thing we have to do is make the actual cookie. So what I'm gonna do is cream together some butter and some sugar. So here is 5.5 tablespoons of butter, and here's the sugar. a little bit of salt. Always a little bit of salt. So turn the mixer on. I'm going to start it slow, so I don't want to make a big mess. And then once it gets going, I can really like speed it up. I have a screen. You can use any kind of mesh strainer. I'm just going to dump my flour in here and my baking powder. Isn't that satisfying? Turn the mixer back on. And I'm going to add about half the flour. I have an egg and some vanilla. So now I'm going to add about half of that liquid. As much as you can. I mean, it's an egg. Now I'm going to add the other half of the flour. And then the rest of the egg mixture. So I have a cookie scoop here. This is like 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches, something like that. I'm gonna scoop some of the batter, then make sure you scrape it on the side of the bowl and really make sure that it gets flat on one side. Drop it onto the paper just like that. So now what I like to do is once I have the cookies scooped out, I like to clean them up a little bit. So I put a little bit of water on my fingers, and then any sort of like little thing that's sticking out, just kind of pat it back down like that. So these are going to go in the oven at 400 degrees on the middle rack for like 7 to 10 minutes or so. You want to bake these until you just start to see a little bit of color right near the tray. So this is my chocolate frosting. It's just chocolate, cream, salt, a little bit of corn syrup, melted on the stove, and now I'm just going to add powdered sugar to it. And just spread just a tiny bit. You don't need a lot. Just spread some on the flat side of the cookie. And then we're going to let that dry. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to let these cookies cool. Then we're going to let this frosting cool. And then we're going to really add the correct amount of frosting. So now you're going to put a ridiculous amount of frosting on it. That's, for me, what really makes burger cookies amazing is how much of the pretty sweet frosting sprinkle on top like that, but you can also just dunk it in there, which is pretty amazing. All right, well, I got my whole family here and it is time to eat some cookies. Are you ready? Here you go. That one has the most frosting. Oh, that's for mommy. That's for mommy. A baby wants a cookie. You're welcome. Can I have a bite? Have a sweet holiday season. It's time to dig in.
All right, the oven is warm and we've got more chefs ready to show off their signature holiday cookies. Stick around. Welcome back to the first ever Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. We are kicking off hour number 2 of our marathon with even more amazing chefs from the South. Coming up, we've got not one, but 2 unique thumbprint cookie recipes, a cookie with candy bacon, and a portable peach cobbler. Throughout the show, look for this QR code. It's at the bottom of your screen for recipes and more information on how you can give back this season. Feeding America, the country's largest network of food banks, is working to fight food insecurity. Scan your smartphone here to find out how you can donate to help fill plates and hearts this holiday season. Now, first up this hour, our very own Craig Melvin is sharing a special treat he's been enjoying for years.
Hello, everyone. Craig Melvin here with my wife, Lindsay, my son, Delano, my daughter, Sybil. Many of you know that I'm a proud son of the great state of South Carolina, so we are going to pay tribute to my state and my family by making my mother's oatmeal raisin cookies, but we're going to add a treat to make it especially southern. We're going to add pecans, or as you say, pecans. Let's do it, family. Lindsay's going to start us off. She's our baking leader.
All right, so the first thing is you start with a bowl, a big glass bowl, and you put in 1 cup of all-purpose flour. You want to add that one in. Now, you add 2 teaspoons of baking soda and a ½ teaspoon of salt, and then you whisk that together.
Oh,
can I whisk it? Please just
Slowly, slowly, be gentle.
Now, we go to another large bowl with 1 stick of butter. You add your brown sugar, 1 cup of brown sugar.
Fun fact, that was my nickname in high school.
It was, yeah, it all comes back to brown sugar.
Why'd they call you brown sugar?
Put the brown sugar in there.
Put that in there, Seth.
Daddy's sister.
A ½ cup of sugar to the brown sugar. And now you mix.
But you gotta hold it down, son. You gotta get in there.
That's not how you do it.
No, you're not licking anything here. We're making these cookies.
You ready for your vanilla?
A little vanilla, 2 eggs. There you go. Okay. You know what? You will make that work.
Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens.
Well,
you got the yolk in. That's okay. But for you at home, you want 2 full eggs. So this does actually kind of remind me of what it was like making cookies at home when I was a little boy, because it was just as much of a disaster as this is. However, when the cookies were done, they magically were edible and tasty.
Now it's time, kids, to add the dry ingredients.
Let's add the dry ingredients.
Gradually, mix, 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 mix.
Sibby, you're doing a great job with the mixer. Yeah, much better with the mixer than the egg.
Than me?
No, never, son, never.
I eat better at
Equal.
Now, after you've got that mixed together, we're going to add the oats. It's 3 cups of oats.
There you go. There you go.
And then we're going to put 3/4 cup raisins and some chopped pecan.
So where I'm from, it's pecan.
Where I'm from, it's pecan, but also I say aunt and you say aunt.
That's true.
So I think that, and also just a note, if you want these cookies without pecans or pecans, they would be very tasty.
Yes, if you have a nut allergy, you leave out the pecans. This actually does bring back memories, because looking at the batter here, that's exactly what I used to do. I used to taste a little bit of the batter, just a smidge. And my mom would only make these actually around the holidays. Like, you didn't get these like in the middle of summer. This was a special holiday treat, so this is nice. I'm glad.
The way to do this is you take a teaspoon and you spoon them out, and you want to make sure to put it about 2 inches apart from one another on the parchment paper.
These are a little rough around the edges. The balls don't have to be perfect. No cookie should be perfect. You guys doing a great job. Great job, team. High five, girl. A fist pump, girl. Oh, look at that. The oatmeal raisin on the nose. Ha ha. These are going to go in the oven, 350 for about, we're talking somewhere between 11 and 13 minutes.
And the cookies are done. And the cookies are done.
Betty Joe's soon-to-be world-famous oatmeal raisin pecan cookies. What's the word, guys? What do we think? How do they?
I just need a little milk. Can I go get some milk?
Sure, I'll get you some milk. Merry Christmas from our family to yours. Cheers. 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 Cookie cheers.
all day. I'm Chef Maria Kemp and I'm repping the great state of North Carolina. To get into the Tar Heel spirit, we're making cherry chocolate chip cookies with a surprise. Bacon bits candied in cheer wine. They're sweet, salty, and a little bit savory. Cheer wine is a cherry flavored soda made right here in North Carolina, and I like to serve it whenever there's anything to celebrate. So let's get started. Use a sheet pan fitted with parchment paper for easy cleanup, and then put a wire rack on top. So I'm gonna put the bacon on the wire rack. And these are really long and thick pieces of bacon. So this is the step where we're gonna candy the bacon in the cheer wine syrup. And then we'll continue brushing the cheer wine on both sides. The bacon is out of the oven. You can see it's got a little bit of the glistening from the candied effect from the cheer wine. I wish you could smell it. But let's go ahead and start chopping it up. Now I'll go ahead and place it in the bowl, and then we'll get started on the dry ingredients. And I'm gonna go ahead and cream up some butter, some granulated sugar and brown sugar and vanilla. And I'm gonna cream it until it's light and fluffy. Now you're gonna add your eggs one at a time, and you'll stop and scrape down the bowl as needed. Now we're gonna go ahead and mix in our dry ingredients. We got our batter all ready, but now it's time to put in the best part, the add-in. So we've got our candied bacon here that's been candied in the cheer wine syrup. Let's not leave any behind. And then the next thing we'll add are dried cherries, just enhancing that cherry flavor a little bit more. We're representing our home state well. And then last, almost last, we've got mini chocolate chips. These are semi-sweet chocolate chips. And then we've also got dark chocolate chips. Now it's time to scoop some cookies. So I'm gonna scoop the dough, and I always rub it along the inside of the pan, or the bowl, just to make sure it's level. And as I drop these onto the parchment paper, I'm gonna make sure the cookies are about 2 inches apart because they're gonna spread in the oven and we don't want them to crash into each other. Now you're gonna bake these in the oven at 375 degrees for about 8 to 11 minutes until they're light brown around the edges and have just a little color on top. Now look at when I break it, see that texture? It's a little chewy, and I can see a luscious dry cherry there and the chocolate chips. Oh, and they smell so good. Happy holidays from my family to yours.
Hi everyone, Elizabeth High School here. You know I'm representing the great state of Mississippi today. I've lived in Mississippi my entire life, and there are a few things I love more than these chocolate pecan tassies. Growing up, I had pecan trees all over my yard, and this was one of the best ways to use them. Y'all are gonna love this recipe. So we're gonna start with 2 eggs. We're gonna go ahead and get those beaten up, and then we're just gonna add melted butter to it. We're also adding a little bit of cornmeal, a little bit of vanilla, and some salt. Once this is mixed thoroughly, we're gonna hop on over here to our stove. I already have some dark corn syrup in here, and I'm turning this all the way up because what we wanna do is bring this to a nice boil. So we are gonna go all the way up with that, and then we're gonna add some white sugar. We're also gonna add some brown sugar, and honey, then we're gonna add a little bit of bourbon. I wish I had a little bit more, a little shot wouldn't hurt anything right now. You know, that always helps with the holidays, doesn't it? And while this is going, I'm gonna give this one more whisk before we start to temper these eggs. And all that means is we just wanna add a little bit of the boiling sugar to our eggs so that we don't curdle them, okay? So now we are at that boiling point, and you'll see what I'm doing. I'm just gonna add a tiny bit while I'm whisking, okay? We're slowly bringing this up to make sure that those eggs are perfect. Okay, perfect. We'll put that right back there. Give this a nice mix. So this is the consistency that we're looking for. It's almost like thin honey. Now we're gonna put this to the side and I'm gonna get ready to make my dough. So what we've got here, this is a mixture of flour, cream cheese, and butter. And then we rolled it into a nice disc and then put it in the refrigerator. And if you see, I'm just pinching and making almost like a marble-sized ball. And then what we do is we take our finger, and you wanna make sure that you pull this dough all the way up to the edges. When we add our filling, none of it's gonna seep over the side and you'll have a pretty tassie. This dough, to me, is one of the simplest doughs on the planet. So one of the great things about these tassies is that during the holidays, we are so busy, and these freeze beautifully. So what we can do is go ahead and make them now, stick them in the freezer. I mean, they'll keep for a month, so you don't have to worry about them all. And honey, you are already ahead of the game. Okay, so here we go, and now we've got this finished. And now to my favorite part, the chocolate and the pecans. I'm gonna start with a few of these chopped pecans. Make sure that they're finely chopped, just because these tassies are so small. You just want these nice, chopped finely pecans. And then we're gonna use mini chocolate chips. And that's also gonna help, because if we were using the big chocolate chips, it won't get mixed that well. Now, this is our filling. Make sure that you don't fill it too much, because this filling does have a little tendency to bubble over. So very carefully add this in. Good. And now we're just gonna top with a few pecans. There we go. And now what we're gonna do is these are gonna go into a 350-degree oven for about 25 minutes until that center is set and the crust is golden brown. So we waited 10 minutes, which was hard to let them cool, but here they are. They are golden brown, perfectly set in the middle and ready for your holidays. Have a super sweet Christmas season, y'all.
Man, those tassies look just like mini pecan pies or pecan pies. I can't wait to try those at home. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. Next up, is everything really bigger in Texas? Chef Tiffany Derry is here to share a classic Southern recipe.
Hey everyone, it's Tiffany Derry and I'm representing my home state of Texas. In Texas, we love our pecans. It's actually the state nut. Even the pecan pie traces its roots all the way back to Texas. Today, I'm bringing you all of that sweet, buttery goodness, but in a candy. Okay, first thing we're gonna do is put in our evaporated milk, our brown sugar. I'm using a light brown sugar and white sugar. So we're gonna let this cook at a medium high. Once it comes up to a boil, we're gonna cook it to at least 235 degrees. And that's why I have my candy thermometer today, to make sure that we hit that stage. If we don't hit that temperature, it won't harden when we get ready later to let it sit. I remember growing up, my grandmother would make it, and it would take her all day to make these huge pots of pecan candy. It would be like 5 hours, and we would have to take turns stirring and doing all of those things, but my grandmother would cook it really slow. As you continue to cook the sugar and the milk mixture, you'll see that the colors are changing. You should see this really beautiful caramel color. It happens quick. If you mess it up, you just gotta start over. So I take the half pecans and I just slightly break them in my hand. I don't want them to be too big. And now we want the pecans to get a little bit of a bath in this sugar mixture so that the flavor of the pecans will now be in that caramel. We're gonna let that cook a little bit. We're gonna add a touch of salt here. We're gonna finish it with some butter, little orange zest, and vanilla extract. Orange zest is really my play on it. My family didn't do the orange zest in the beginning, but after I did it, they all love the flavor and love that it really kind of woke up the sauce. I'm gonna turn off the fire just for a second. What's gonna happen is that mixture is gonna thicken just a little, right? And then we're gonna scoop out little pecan candies. And you can make smaller, you can make larger ones. I think this is a really good size. So now that we've cooked the pecan candy, we're gonna allow it to sit for 20 minutes to get firm. These look fantastic. These are a little warm right now, but right now I am so excited, and oftentimes I really can't wait. And these are some of my favorite bites. I can't wait for you to make these. Delicious. That little orange and pecan, match made in heaven. Happy holidays, y'all.
Hey everyone, Chef Jonathan Harrison here, coming to you from my home kitchen in Columbiana, Alabama. In my recipes, I love to highlight the wonderful cultures that have touched our food and defined modern Southern cuisine. Today, I'm baking up a twist on a classic Alabama dessert, Lane Cake cookie sandwiches. This coconutty, citrusy cake with a boozy bourbon kick was made famous by Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, and each ingredient here packs a major flavor punch. All right, y'all, let's dive in with this cookie dough. First up, we want half a cup of softened butter going into our mixer. And we're gonna cream that together with half a cup of granulated sugar and some brown sugar. When that's light and fluffy, we're gonna take an egg and some vanilla and mix those in until they're well incorporated. Once that's well incorporated, we're gonna take our dry ingredients of all-purpose flour, baking soda, and salt, and we're gonna mix it in half at a time. And once that is well mixed, we're gonna add our Lane Cake flavor bombs. We've got toasted pecans, we've got bourbon-soaked raisins that have been soaked until plump, and then the bourbon has been poured off. And we're gonna mix that until it's just incorporated. Then you want to grab a 1 ounce scoop and scoop these out onto an ungreased baking tray about 3 inches apart. Then into a 350 degree oven for 8 to 10 minutes, just until they've flattened out and they're about 2 to 3 shades darker than they were when we put them in. All right, next up, we're gonna get started on our eggnog buttercream. We've got 1 cup of unsalted, softened butter in our mixer here, and we're gonna get that nice and creamed up. So with this buttercream, we want to add 1 cup of confectioner sugar at a time on low speed, and then we wanna scrape the bowl as needed. And next up, we're gonna add all those Christmas flavors we love. We're gonna add 2 teaspoons of vanilla, orange zest, nutmeg, cinnamon, and a little bit of salt. All right, y'all, next up, it's time to assemble. We are going to take 2 cookies of around the same size, and then we are going to grab our piping bag full of our eggnog buttercream. We are going to give it a little dollop in there, about 2 tablespoons. Take our other cookie, put it over the top. Next up, we're going to add our bourbon caramel over the top, little drizzle. And final touch, because these guys are pretty sweet, we're going to add a little bit of flaky sea salt over the top. You get all that Christmas flavor from that eggnog buttercream, that boozy bite from those bourbon-soaked raisins, and from that caramel. And it's chewy, it's delicious, it screams Christmas. You got to give these a try, guys. Alabama Lane Cake Cookie Sandwiches.
Don't go away, y'all. We'll be right back with more sweet treats from the South. Welcome back to today's Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. We are working our way through the South with more delightfully tasty takes on classic cookies.
Hi everyone, Chef David Rose here. This holiday season, I'm making Georgia proud with my peach cobbler cookies topped with bourbon peach glaze. First things first, we have our flour that's sifted over here to the left. Now we're gonna add cinnamon, salt, because salt is very important in whatever you're making. It amplifies whatever flavors are in the cookie. And baking powder, because you want your cookies to be nice and fluffy and rise, not be flat. So we have our whisk. Next up, what I have over here is I have some butter and I have some sugar. You want to cream that till it's nice and incorporated. To this, I'm going to add a little bit of vanilla bean. The reason I'm using fresh vanilla bean is because the flavor is more vibrant and give you that really extreme, in-your-face, upfront vanilla flavor. So we open up our bean with the knife, and you just take the knife and just scrape out all the seeds. No vanilla bean seeds left behind, And just scrape out both sides. We want to start the blending process out very slow as to keep all of the contents in the bowl where they belong, not on our shirt. So we add milk. As everything starts to come together, you kind of bring the speed up even quicker, but we're gonna go ahead and add some egg yolks in there. We wanna slow it back down because we cannot forget about our dry ingredients. So back to the flour we go, and into the bowl. Something about cookies in the holidays just really bring a smile to my face. And what we have here are our diced canned peaches in heavy syrup. So into this we go, little by little. And we don't want to crush or bruise or puree those peaches, so we're just folding it in. The very worst thing to happen is you're cooking, you're baking, the cookies look brown, they look delicious. You go to take them off, the cookies don't come off. So parchment lined baking sheet is a must. All right, and just place them on the parchment lined paper and about 1 inch apart from each other because the cookies are gonna spread. What I have here is I've reduced some bourbon and peach schnapps to about 1/3 in volume. What that's gonna do is gonna intensify and volumize those flavors. What I have over here is that reserved peach heavy syrup, and I'm going to make a slurry. So what I'm doing right now is I'm gonna whisk a little bit of cornstarch into this. What I'm gonna add to our pan here now, to our reduced bourbon and peach schnapps, is that I'm gonna add brown sugar. To this, I'm gonna add also a whole stick of butter, because we're making cookies. It's the holidays, so why skimp now? Whole stick of unsalted butter. And a little bit of cinnamon, because cinnamon, those nice baking spices, are always found in a sweet Georgia peach cobbler. So we have it right now on about a medium-high heat, just enough to get everything melted. We're gonna add a little bit of heavy cream for a nice little creamy note. And you wanna reduce this down, about 2/3 in volume until the heavy cream just incorporates with all that niceness that's in there. So once that comes up and that heavy cream starts to reduce a little bit, we take our slurry, which we've made with the cornstarch and the peach heavy syrup, and we just bring that into our mixture. And just like that, you start to see it come together. Nothing left to it, but do it. All right, so start from up high and just glaze as much or as little as you like. You can't go too far on the south without finding bourbon or peach, and this cookie has both. And just drizzle all over. Now this is a cookie that has Georgia on my mind, in my heart, and most importantly, in my stomach. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Hi everyone, I'm Jennifer Mon. I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm a lifestyle blogger, chef, and mom of 6. My grandmother raised her family on Gingerbread Lane right here in Little Rock. I've made a pine cone shaped gingerbread cookie sandwich that I'm going to share that represents the state of Arkansas because we have a beautiful landscape of pine trees all across the state. So I'm excited and ready to go. Let's get to it. So we'll start by making the cookie dough. I have 4 cups of flour here, and I'm going to add cinnamon. We'll add ginger and a little bit of allspice. We're also going to add cocoa powder, and we have baking soda and salt. Now I'm just going to give this a quick stir to combine all of our ingredients. Now I'm just going to incorporate the honey and eggs. So we mix that until it's well incorporated, and now I'm going to add my dry ingredients. So now I'm going to roll out the dough, and if it's easier, feel free to split some of it off to make it easier to work with. Okay, so now it is time to cut the pine cones. So you'll cut 24 of these pine cone shapes and then transfer to your baking pan. Once we transfer these over, we will emboss our cookies and create those perfect little pine cone edges. And as you make your pattern, you're going to overlap, and you will only need to create the design on half of the cookies. Since this is a cookie sandwich, just the top cookie will need the design added. So now that we're done embossing, we're going to place these into an oven set for 350 degrees Fahrenheit. So now it's time to make the chai cream cheese frosting. It is so delicious, and if you love chai tea, you will love this recipe. But I've already added our butter and cream cheese and have creamed that together until it's light and fluffy. And then we are going to add our cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, cloves, allspice, a little bit of vanilla. Now we'll add the powdered sugar and a little bit of salt. So we'll mix this until it is smooth and fluffy. Now it's time to assemble the cookies. I've transferred the icing to a piping bag here with an open star tip, and it's time to frost the cookies. You'll want to use about 2 tablespoons of icing per cookie. Now we'll add the embossed cookies on top and press gently to create the sandwich. And here is our pine cone gingerbread cookie sandwich. So delicious and so cute.
Coming up, it's time to enjoy a taste of Florida with key lime cookies. And you don't want to miss a real throwback to childhood with a PB&J cookie. Welcome back to the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. Up next, a vegan twist on a Southern classic.
Hi there, it's Chef Danny Bowen here. I'm a Korean-American chef who grew up in Oklahoma and making one of my favorite Southern desserts. I'm thinking outside of the box by turning the divinity vegan, a recipe from a new cookbook, Mission Vegan. This sweet nougat treat will be a crowd favorite at the swap. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make something called aquafaba. Aquafaba is essentially an egg replacement. This recipe typically calls for egg whites. And what we're going to do is we're going to whip the juice of a can of chickpeas into a nice stiff peak. And you want to start this out at a little bit lower speed until you get some micro bubbles. And you just want to monitor this. You'll start to see the bubbles form on the outside. As they start to populate towards the center, then you know that you're ready to increase the speed. So we're getting a lot of nice bubbles forming here. What you basically want it to do is you want it to really hold its form. So at this point, it's finished. Sugar syrup should not be intimidating. The most important part is to have a really good candy thermometer. Put your water in your pot, get it up a little bit past the simmer to a medium heat. You're gonna add your sugar first. And then you'll add your corn syrup. Okay, just mix that together until you feel there are no clumps. So the temperature we're trying to take this to is around 250 to 255. Hardball stage sugar is between the temperatures of 250 to 265. Basically, hardball stage of sugar is when you cook a sugar solution or sugar syrup to where it can be formed into a ball. So now we're at the hardball stage. I'm gonna take this off the heat. I'm going to add the vanilla extract to the aquafaba and turn this back on to like a medium. We're gonna slowly drizzle in the sugar syrup in a thin, steady stream. It's gonna take anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. I think a good indicator also visually is it should kind of look like a buttercream if you make frosting. I'm gonna get a spatula and scrape off as much of this as you can. And it will be a little sticky. Fold in your pine nuts and pecan. And then from here, you're gonna just offload it onto a oiled sheet tray. And the oil, what it's gonna do, it's going to help you dip your fingers in, it's gonna help you spread this evenly. So we cue the nougat spreading music. And you wanna make sure this is about a ½ inch thick. Just gonna let it set uncovered overnight to firm up. All right, so we have our fully set divinity. It's definitely firmed up. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna cut it into nice squares. So here you have it. These are my vegan divinities from Oklahoma. So good.
Hi everybody, I'm Chef Therese Gregoire, but you can call me Chef T. My family hails from a tiny island in the Caribbean called St. Vincent, and my grandmother was actually a peanut farmer. I remember as a kid being so excited when she brought home that haul of green peanuts. Fast forward several years and I moved to Virginia. The taste of the Virginia peanut just brought back so many memories. So today, I'll be making peanut and jelly thumbprints. Virginia's for peanut lovers, y'all. Let's get started. I started with my mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, and I'm gonna cream my room temperature butter and brown sugar together. You just wanna mix about 2 to 3 minutes. You're just incorporating a lot of air into your butter and sugar. I have separated the eggs. The yolks are going into the dough, and the whites will be used a little bit later. I've got 2 cups of flour, and I'm gonna incorporate it until it's fully mixed in. So now we're gonna shape, coat, and bake our cookies. Super easy. I'm using a small cookie scoop. The scoop is gonna be about the size of a melon baller. I'm gonna scoop my cookies onto a baking sheet or a cookie sheet, and I've lined it with some parchment. I have my egg whites that I separated earlier, and I'm gonna whisk them until they're foamy. We're going to roll our cookie dough. They shouldn't be too tacky. You can use the egg whites as an adhesive to coat your cookies. This is the fun part. You can drop it right in. You can use your hands. This is the part where you get the kids involved. And now you just roll them in crushed peanuts. So I used a food processor for this to get the peanuts down. You just want to make sure that it's where it's crushed evenly. I have my oven set to 375. I've placed the coated dough rounds on a parchment-lined sheet pan. And I am going to bake these cookies for 5 minutes until they are slightly puffy. Now we're gonna go ahead, add the jam, and bake again. So we're just gonna press right in the middle of the cookies to create a well for the jam. Now I'm using grape preserves. You can buy them store-bought, or you can make your own. I love making my own because I can splash a little bit of wine in there. Virginia is for peanut and wine lovers, in case you didn't know. I'm gonna bake them until they're golden brown, 8 to 10 minutes more at 375. Voila. These cookies look amazing. Have a holly jolly holiday, guys.
Hey everyone, I'm Chef Michelle Bernstein, chef and restaurateur of Café La Trova and La Cañita here in Miami. Today I'm representing the Sunshine State, and of course no dessert speaks to South Florida more than the perfect key lime pie. So I've created my own recipe for the key lime pie cookie. It hits all notes in your palate. It's like sweet versus tart versus creamy and of course crunchy. And I just think it's perfect and less fuss because it's in a cookie. So the first thing we're gonna do is make the curd. So we're gonna go ahead and add yolk and eggs into a little saucepan here, as well as some sugar. We have to add condensed milk. It makes everything just so creamy. So now I'm just gonna add lime juice. Now this is fresh squeezed lime juice. It's really important that the lime juice is fresh because every key lime pie should always be made with freshly squeezed lime juice. If you're gonna go ahead and head to the stove, but I'm taking my whisk with me because we have to warm this and turn it into an actual curd. All right, so the next thing we need to do for the curd is the butter. That is the last ingredient. So mix that in. So once the butter has melted thoroughly into our curd, we're gonna go ahead and strain it. I use a mesh strainer. Takes a little bit of muscle to get that through, but I promise you this is the hardest part of the recipe. Great. Now you need a piece of plastic because what you're gonna do is touch the plastic wrap directly to the curd, making sure we don't have any bubbles, making sure that we don't get a skin. All right, so let's go ahead and make the cookie. So this is just regular granulated sugar. And I've decided to make it a little creamier by adding cream cheese and butter. Let's combine and make it really creamy. Once everything is really creamy as it is, I'm gonna go ahead and add egg, some vanilla paste, and I'm gonna zest a lime into this mixture. Now we're gonna just combine the two dry ingredients. So we have graham cracker crumbs, a little bit of salt. Go ahead and mix those two together really well. And I'm just gonna throw this all into the creamed egg, butter, cream cheese mixture. And all you have to do is use your hands to roll. And all you have to do is roll them into little balls, place them down. And of course, this takes a little while. So I actually have a sheet pan ready. Thank you. Press into the cookie very lightly to make a little divot. Let's do that again. After we have our little divots, we're gonna go into a 350-degree oven to bake. So these cookies just came out of the oven. You see how they're nice and golden. So I just shut the oven off, but we're gonna go back in the oven once the curd is placed into the cookie. Remove the plastic wrap from your curd, and we're gonna go ahead and fill the cookies with the curd in those little divots that we made. And going back into the now off oven, but still warmed oven, is going to allow them to set. The curd has set beautifully. Look how gorgeous they are. Just like key lime pie, but so much easier. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah.
Looks good. Thanks so much, Chef. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. Up next, Chef Valerie Lomas is sharing a sweet treat from Louisiana.
Hey everyone, I'm Valerie Lomas, and I'm here to celebrate my home state of Louisiana. Growing up in Baton Rouge, there is no holiday season without sweet potatoes. So I'm bringing the Southern staple to the cookie swap this year with my sweet potato cookies. They are fluffy and rich, adding that cozy feeling to your table. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna whisk my dry ingredients together. I've got flour, and I'm gonna add some baking soda, baking powder, a little bit of salt, and some pumpkin spice. This is just a blend of cinnamon and nutmeg, and I like it because it makes things a little bit easier when I want to make cookies pretty quickly. I creamed my butter, sugar, and brown sugar. And to really add something to bring out the sweet potato flavor, we're gonna add orange zest. It's nice to add something that has a little bit of acid and citrus because it does balance the flavors. So I'm gonna go ahead and beat my orange zest into my creamed butter and sugars. I can already smell that orange zest, definitely giving me the holiday feels. So now I'm gonna add my egg, vanilla extract, and my sweet potato. I roasted a sweet potato and mashed it to get this sweet potato puree. So I've added my sweet potatoes, egg, and vanilla, and I'm gonna go ahead and beat this. I just want this to be nice and combined. So I'm adding my dry ingredients in about 3 additions. And just mixing on low so the flour doesn't get all over my holiday sweater. And I can tell my dough is really starting to come together. One of the great things about this cookie dough is as soon as it's done, we can go ahead and scoop it and bake it. This cookie dough is actually quite fluffy. It's not very dense. That's thanks to our star ingredient, the sweet potato. We're gonna bake these at 375 degrees for 11 to 13 minutes. So I pull these out of the oven and I let them cool on a cooling rack. So now it's time to taste them. They are so good. So much holiday in one little bite. Have a sweet and tasty holiday season.
Hi, I am Monique Chauhan and I'm representing the great state of Tennessee. We moved here around 9 years ago. We have 3 restaurants, breweries, raising our family over here. The first time I tasted the Tennessee sandwich cookie, it was like, wow. I decided to take this cookie and make it my own by putting a twist of where I have come from. So there are Indian spices in it and paying homage to my new home, Tennessee. Let me show you how to make this delicious cookie. So I have the dough pre-made. We do need to chill it for an hour before we roll it out. Now, we'll take the cookie dough and go ahead and roll it out. So once this is done, we'll go ahead and use the cookie cutter to cut it into rounds. So our cookies are ready to be baked. So the next step in making these delicious cookies is to make the filling. So I have some marshmallow cream over here. To this, I am going to be adding some of my favorite flavorings. So start off with dried rose petals. Then I'm going to be adding some pistachio dust. So all I have done is taken some unsalted pistachios and gone ahead and ground it. Just a touch of salt just makes it a complete rounded flavor. And then we'll go ahead and mix it. Now we are going to take the marshmallow filling and pipe some in the center. When I do this, I go ahead and put a blob and then stop. Do not spread it. When you're pressing the cookie on top, that's the time it's going to spread all over. So right over here, press it. So this is what we are looking for. So now that our sandwich cookies are chilling, we're going to go ahead and make a chocolate coating to it. So I'm going to take the dark chocolate and put it in a double boiler. And just look at this. So at this stage, I am going to be adding some vegetable oil right over here. And then we are going to add some Tennessee whiskey. We are ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and take this cookie, put it in the chocolate. Make sure that you have 2 forks with you. Flip the cookie over. Pull it out. And then put it on a sheet pan. Before it sets, I go ahead and put some beautiful toppings on it. We will put it in the refrigerator for around 15 minutes to let the chocolate harden. So here we have it, our Tennessee whiskey sandwich cookies. Not only do they look absolutely beautiful, I mean, just look at this. They are really delicious.
The Great American Holiday Cookie Swap on Today All Day continues right after this. Coming up, we have more Southern chefs sharing their favorite recipes. Then it's off to the Midwest.
Hello, I am Mike Costello,
And I'm Amy Dawson.
and today we're coming to you from Lost Creek Farm in West Virginia. So today, in honor of West Virginia's state fruit, which is the Golden Delicious apple, we are making apple butter thumbprint cookies with some of the apple butter that we make here at the farm with some of the heritage varieties that grow here in our orchard. All right, so we're actually going to start this recipe with the black walnuts, and we've ground those to kind of a pretty fine consistency here. And we're going to toast them in a lightly greased, heavy-bottomed skillet. The black walnut trees are prevalent here on the farm. Compared to the standard English walnuts that you might be more familiar with, black walnuts have such an interesting flavor. They have a little bit of bitterness to them, almost like a funk. When I'm toasting these black walnuts, it takes me about 3 to 4 minutes for the process from start to finish. All right, so now it is time to make our dough, and we're going to start off with some butter and sugar that we've already creamed. So the next step is we're going to add a couple beaten eggs, and to that mixture of eggs we're going to add just a little bit of vanilla extract. Go ahead and mix that in, and then we're going to gradually add that mixture into the butter and sugar. So this is a mix of all-purpose flour, buckwheat flour, and just a little bit of salt. And we like to use the buckwheat flour because it adds a little bit of flavor and texture. And it works pretty well with these toasted walnuts that we're gonna add. All right, so now we're gonna start to shape our cookies. Push between our hands and roll it into a nice perfect sphere. We're just gonna roll each of these balls of dough in some straight sugar.
And I'm gonna just evenly press the back of that teaspoon into the center of each cookie.
Now, of course, as the name suggests of this recipe, you can use your thumb for this step if you want. So now we have our cookies shaped. We have our holes ready to be filled with apple butter. You could think of it as a thicker, smoother applesauce that's been seasoned.
So I'm just gonna almost overfill a little bit because that jam is gonna bake down.
So these are ready to bake now, and we're gonna put them into an oven at about 350 degrees, 10 minutes. All right, so these cookies have baked and they have cooled. There's an additional optional step that we really like to employ here, and that is just dusting them with a little bit of powdered sugar. Cheers. The perfect holiday snack.
It's a nice taste of West Virginia with the apple butter and the black walnuts. We hope you have a delicious Christmas season.
Hi today, all day. Chef Mark Quinones here. Growing up in the South Bronx, I learned everything I had to learn about life by watching my mother and grandmother prepare Puerto Rican dishes that I can never forget about. You can't think of Puerto Rico in the holidays without drinking coquito. So I created an eggnog coquito cookie. We're gonna start by adding the flour, add the baking soda, baking powder, kosher salt, nutmeg. I feel like whenever I add the cinnamon, it begins to smell very holiday-ish. Next up, we're going to add our butter. So coquito, the way I know it to be, is essentially spiked eggnog. So you have an eggnog, and you have some Puerto Rican rum, and you have coquito. I feel like right now the dough's coming together just fine. You want it to kind of be loose and flaky like this. When you add your egg, you want to have texture in your cookie. I'm gonna add here the corn syrup, add your heavy cream. So at this point, I'm gonna roll that out, and then we're gonna take some cookies. One of my favorite techniques I like to use, believe it or not, the bottom half of my palm. And the reason why is because once again, it gives you leverage. I'm gonna sheet pan, I'm gonna add a little more flour at the bottom of that. Just to make sure that dough doesn't stick. And you're going to put your dough right in that sheet. When it comes out of the fridge, we're gonna cut the cookie out with the bowl. Let's go ahead and cut some cookies out right now. I like round, it works for me. Use whatever shape you like. Lay them down on your parchment lined sheet pan. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees. I always bake for at least 12 minutes and I look at them. But no longer than 15 minutes, let's make the icing. Powdered sugar, cinnamon sugar, rum, coconut cream. Just mix it. Oh wow, beautiful. You're gonna put a small amount in the middle of the cookie, and you're gonna work your way to the outer edges, and you're gonna stop before you get there because you're gonna add the toasted coconut on top as well. So literally just kind of go like that. And oh my God, look. It just screams holidays, it screams Puerto Rico, and it screams good times. And then I'm going to come over here and add some more coconut over the top. This is so good. This is so Puerto Rican. And let me tell you right now, this was so much fun. Happy holidays from my family to yours.
Well, we are officially at the halfway point of today's great American holiday cookie swap. So far, we've been down the East Coast and traveled through the South. Well, next up, it's the Midwest. This region is home to some pretty cold winters, so it's no surprise that we've got a ton of cozy cookies coming up. And don't forget to scan the QR code below for all of these recipes that you see here, plus information on how you can help Feeding America battle food insecurity this holiday season. Well, let's kick things off with country legend Martina McBride making a no-bake treat from her childhood.
Hey everybody, it's Martina McBride here, and I'm so excited to share a very special treat from my home state of Kansas. Growing up, my high school had the best lunch ladies, and they made everything from scratch. Our lunch ladies were Thelma, Betty, and Virginia, which are just the perfect lunch lady names. I can't think of better ones. And when they made these no-bake cookies for lunch, we all were so excited because they're so delicious. So we're gonna start with some melted butter. And to this melted butter, we add some sugar and a little bit of milk. And then we're just gonna stir this and mix it well. These cookies are so easy, and there's no baking, so they're super easy to whip up during the holidays. We'll let that boil for about 1.5 minutes. I have a cookbook called Martina's Kitchen Mix, and this recipe is in the book. And when I was testing this recipe, I brought it out on the road with me and gave it to my band and crew. They taste tested a bunch of stuff for me. And this was a unanimous keeper. They were like, you have to put that in the book. This is a really good recipe to make with little kids because it's very easy and they can have fun mixing everything in. Now we're just gonna quickly add all of the ingredients. We have some quick cooking oats, some chocolate. You can use milk chocolate or dark chocolate. Some peanut butter. I don't think this was in the lunch ladies recipe, but I kind of tweaked this over the years and I added peanut butter because I love chocolate and peanut butter together. Some vanilla and a little bit of salt. And then we're just gonna mix that all up. Incorporate everything in there together. Oh, this chocolate and peanut butter smells so good. It's really one of my favorite flavor combinations. Oh, this smells just like the lunchroom in high school. Once we have all those mixed up, we're just gonna take a scoop and put them out on a cookie sheet lined with some parchment paper. They really don't spread, they retain their shape, so you can put as many as you want on here, as many as you can fit on the tray. I mean, how easy is that? And then you just want to let these cookies sit and set up for about 20-30 minutes. You don't have to put them in the refrigerator, you can just keep them on the counter. And here's the finished cookie. They're really easy to package up for friends, for a holiday gift. They're also great if you're doing like a Christmas buffet or a cookie swap. To taste one. Mmm, so good. They're like creamy. These are so delicious. The peanut butter and the chocolate, a little texture from the oats, absolutely delicious and so easy. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holiday season.
Hey everyone, I am David Burka and I'm sharing some of my favorite flavors from my home state of Michigan with my cherry pistachio oat cookies. These cookies will keep you cozy and warm while the snow piles up outside. So let's get baking. We've got some flour, some baking soda, some cinnamon for that holiday flavor, salt. We're just gonna whisk that up. That's ready, and then we're gonna start creaming our butter. So we've got our butter, then we're gonna add our white granulated sugar, and then some brown sugar as well, and get that creamed nice and fluffy. We want it to be pale in color. And while that's going, we're gonna add in 1 large egg, vanilla, some milk, and some maple syrup from Michigan. When it starts getting cold outside, you could see the taps in the trees. It was a really fun, nostalgic thing from Michigan to see these great, beautiful maples being tapped for syrup. Now that that's done, we are going to add in our dry ingredients. Very important to scrape down the sides as you go, so you incorporate all that flavor. So everybody in my family has a favorite cookie. My husband likes these peanut butter cookies that I make. My daughter likes anything with like rainbow sprinkles. My son Gideon really loves this recipe. He's a big fan of cherries. He's a big fan of the nutty flavor. He likes making them because he loves cookie dough. That's one of his favorite go-tos, is raw cookie dough. But you know, you don't want to let them eat that too much because it gets a stomachache. Now this is the fun part. So we're gonna add in our pistachios. I like using whole pistachios because you get that nice bite of the nut. You can cut them, there's really no rules in this. Same with the cherries, Michigan cherries. This is a really great ingredient because it gives it sweetness and some color for the holidays. Next, I'm gonna add the oats in. When I first started dating Neil, we took a trip up to Traverse City with my parents, and they have a cherry festival every year upstate in Michigan. I was coerced into entering a cherry pie eating contest, and guess what? I won. I won the cherry pie eating contest, and it sealed the deal. So these are nice and incorporated, and now it's time to get scooping. I don't like to roll these out. I just put them on the tray like this with a 1 ounce scoop, and right on the pan there. I like to put on at least 8 here because they do spread in the oven. They tend to be a bigger cookie. So we're gonna let this chill for 15 minutes. Then we're gonna put it into an oven at 375 degrees for 8 to 12 minutes until golden brown. Okay, so I pulled these cookies out and they're cooled, and now it's time for the icing. We're gonna add some milk and some powdered sugar here to make the glaze. It's a thicker glaze, and you just incorporate the milk and the powdered sugar. It's not necessary to have the glaze for these cookies, but I just like the way it looks. But you can eat them just like this. So now I'm just gonna take the talons of a fork and drip a zigzag motion on these cookies. We do a really fun cookie decorating party when the kids were young to now. It's really, really fun to get your kids involved, to decorate sugar cookies, and then they go to sleep, and then you take their cookies that they sort of screwed up on and then redo them as adults. Here are my cherry pistachio oat cookies. You can eat them after dinner or what I like for breakfast. Merry Christmas. Up next, more sweet treats from my personal friend, Christina Tosi from Ohio.
Hey everyone, it's Chef Christina Tosi here at Milk Bar. Now, I was born in Ohio and grew up loving Buckeye cookies. Buckeyes, if you don't know, were invented in Ohio in the 1960s, and they're the perfect combo of decadent chocolate with salty, sweet peanut butter. In dessert terms, a Buckeye is like a peanut butter fudge round that's dipped a little bit more than 3/4 of the way in chocolate. These chocolate peanut butter diamonds pack that same punch of flavor and nostalgia, but they have a few riffs. Now, I love this recipe because it's both what I call accidentally gluten-free and dairy-free, so anyone and everyone can eat it. So first I start by toasting some Rice Krispies just really lightly in the oven to get a little bit of color, pull out a little bit more flavor. I take those pre-toasted Rice Krispies, put them just in a nice Ziploc baggie, and break them down with a little bit of a rolling pin, just to bring them down a little bit in size. What's also really cool about this recipe is it's a type of cookie that I call a no-bake, which means aside from toasting the Rice Krispies in the oven, you really don't have to turn on the oven at all. Now, to your peanut butter, you're going to add some melted coconut oil. For me, peanut butter is synonymous with both something salty and sweet. So we need both the confectioner's sugar, which is gonna help in the sweet department, and a little bit of salt. And as everything comes together, you get to add your Rice Krispies. We're gonna toss these ingredients together just until they form what looks basically like a cookie dough. The holiday season is an especially I don't know, poignant time of year for me as a home baker first and as a pastry chef. As bakers, we love to bake. That's our very reason for being. When we're off the clock at Milk Bar, we throw something called a holiday cookie swap, where every single one of us brings our favorite holiday cookie. It's just a really special time to get to know someone through that cookie recipe that they've carried with them all through their life. It's usually something nostalgic and based on where they're from. Once your peanut butter, coconut oil, confectioner's sugar, salt, with those Crispies folded in, mass comes together, you just transfer it to an 8x8-inch pan. Now, I like to line my 8x8-inch pan in just a sheet of plastic wrap. It helps make sure that because this cookie isn't actually going into the oven, that when we're done with it, it's really easy to lift up and out. You want a nice even spread of this peanut butter crispy element. So you can use a knife, a new spatula. You can also use the palm of your hand. The palm of your hand wrapped in a little plastic wrap so that you don't get too much peanut butter going on your fingertips. But one nice solid smooth mass. Next step is to melt down some semi-sweet chocolate just until it's a nice smooth fluid state. I like to test my chocolate both for smoothness and for temperature by just lifting it up over my eye. No chunks, no lumps. We're gonna add a little bit more peanut butter to this melted chocolate. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna give us a really nice chocolate top that's not so hard to crack when you go to slice it, or most importantly, when you go to eat it. From here, you're gonna take this gorgeous mass and put it in the fridge or the freezer until it's nice and firm, 2, 3, 4 hours. So once it comes out of your fridge or freezer, you'll notice that the chocolate is set really nicely. It should lift up really easily as one solid piece. And then I just transfer it to a cutting board. From here, I like to slice the edges of the chocolate peanut butter mass off. Those are snacks for you. Then I start by slicing in rows. From here, you're basically going to cut your rows at an angle. That's gonna give you that beautiful diamond shape. A little bit of flaky salt I find really helps make that moment, that Buckeye moment, that ode to Ohio, my hometown, the Buckeye State. Just a little bit more of what it is, a little more special, but this is it, my chocolate peanut butter diamond. Oh, every time. I cannot wait to serve these at our Milk Bar Holiday Cookie Swap, and I can't wait to see you bake them at home.
I mean, you can never go wrong with chocolate and peanut butter, right? Coming up, we will continue through the Midwest with chefs from Illinois, Indiana, and Minnesota. Welcome back to the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap. We are working our way through America's heartland, the Midwest. Next up is Chef Connie Lovely Jackson, paying homage to a city she loves, Chicago.
Hey, my loves, I'm Chef Lovely, representing the Prairie State, Illinois. Growing up in Chicago, Christmas time was not complete until you took a trip downtown to Garrett's Popcorn. The aromas of the classic cheddar and caramel flavors fill the city air for blocks. So, in honor of that tasty tradition, I'm making one of my favorites, Chicago mixed cookies. The ooey gooey caramel in this cookie combined with the cheddar popcorn on top, it's the perfect balance of salty and sweet. But enough talking, my mouth is watering, so let's get baking. First step, take your flour and your baking soda, put it in a bowl, give it a good whisk, and then set it to the side. Inside of my stand mixer here, I have 7 tablespoons of buttered flavored shortening. Now that's because I want to intensify this rich buttery flavor and I want a nice tender cookie. Here I have my cooled brown butter. Put this in a saucepan over medium-low heat. It's going to take about 5 to 7 minutes. Let it cool completely, and then I'm adding that right in with my shortening. And let's give this thing a whip around for about 5 minutes. I have light brown sugar, about a half a cup there. We have white granulated sugar, also a half a cup. And then a little pinch of salt, 1/4 teaspoon. We want to season our sweets. Next, 1 egg. If it can be room temperature, that's gonna be perfect, my love. So 1 room temperature egg goes right in. And then to give it a little floral sweetness, I have some vanilla bean paste. Now here we go again. We gotta give it another mix. Another 2 to 3 minutes on medium speed. Vanilla bean paste, it does cost a little bit extra money, but it has a wonderful flavor payoff. The aroma, the gentle kiss of sweetness, it's definitely worth it for this Chicago mixed cookie. Now let's add our dry ingredients. Now this time it only needs about 30 seconds to come together. You just don't want to see any of the white streaks here. And don't give yourself a flour shower. Start on low and then gradually increase. Don't lick the beaters. I know you're tempted. Don't lick it. All right, now we add in the fun. So I have some caramel here. Next, I have some milk chocolates. And last, for a little crunch, a little texture, some chopped pecans. And with your spatula, go in by hand and just give it a really good mix. Now we need to get them on a parchment-lined or Silpat-lined baking sheet. Go ahead, take your scoop, and we're gonna make sure they're about 2 inches apart on the cookie sheet. This is gonna make sure that they don't touch while they're baking. And because we're using a cookie scoop, all of the cookies are gonna be the same size. That's my little pro tip. I'm gonna pop these in the oven. They're gonna take about 12 minutes, and when they come out, the fun is gonna continue. While it's still warm, I want you to gently and carefully take a round cutter, because if you're like me, you love a perfectly round cookie. Put this right on top of the cookie, and it should be slightly larger than the cookie as well. Put it right on the center here, and just give it a go around in a nice circular motion. Now, that little bit of Chicago, that Garrett's cheddar popcorn, and if you don't have Garrett's, that's okay, just use your favorite cheddar popcorn. While the caramel is still nice and gooey and warm on top, it's gonna act as our glue. Take about 3 or 4 pieces and give it a gentle push right into the cookie and just pop it right on top, and then have a little snack too. So good. You can use the caramel popcorn as well if you want a little extra crunch and variety. With a little spatula, take your cookies, transfer it to a cooling rack so that they cool down completely. Your friends and family are gonna absolutely love these cookies, so make the entire batch, let them cool, and then go in, take a bite, and share the love. Happy holidays.
Hi today, all day. It's Ariana Fagan. In 2013, I had the life-changing opportunity to compete on season 6 of the show MasterChef Junior, and today I'm still sharing my passion for cooking on TikTok, making everything from mac and cheese to creme brulee. But my favorite recipes take me back to my childhood home in Minnesota. I'm the oldest of 5 siblings, and one of my fondest winter memories is going sledding with them on this little hill we had in our backyard. We would come inside with our cheeks red from the cold, and it was tradition for me to whip up a big batch of hot chocolate, which we would have together with some candy canes and tons of marshmallows, and that's the flavor combination that inspired these peppermint hot cocoa cookies. First up, in a large bowl, we're gonna crack 2 eggs. And then we're gonna add in our brown sugar. And using an electric mixer, we're gonna whisk this all up. I have some melted chocolate and butter, and I'm gonna pour that in there. And then we're gonna go back in with the electric mixer and whisk until everything is fully combined. Already smells so good. Here we have our dry ingredients. It's just a little bit of flour, salt, baking powder, and cocoa powder. It should be nice and smooth and look almost like brownie batter, a little thinner than your traditional cookie dough. And now we're gonna go in with our chopped chocolate chunks. And then here I have some vanilla extract. And then we're gonna add our peppermint extract, which is gonna give these their signature peppermint hot cocoa flavor. And there we have it. Now that our dough's ready, we can cover it in plastic and pop it into the fridge for 30 to 60 minutes, and I will be back then to shape and bake the cookies. I just pulled my dough out of the fridge, and now we can add it to our parchment-lined baking sheet. We're gonna just grab a pinch of the dough. It should fit in the palm of your hand, and we're gonna roll it into balls. Okay, and now we can pop these into the oven at 325 degrees for about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes, I pulled these out of the oven and then topped them with half of a marshmallow and popped it back into the oven for about 4 minutes, and the marshmallows get all toasted and gooey, and after they're cool, it's time to decorate. We're gonna decorate with a drizzle of chocolate, which I just melted in the microwave. And finally, we're gonna top with some crushed candy canes. This gives these a beautiful pop of color and just makes them feel so festive. These look so delicious, I can't wait to share them with my siblings. Happy holidays from Minnesota. Cheers.
Looks good. Thanks, Chef. Stick around because up next, we head to Indiana and Wisconsin. welcome back, and thanks for joining the Great American Holiday Cookie Swap on Today All Day. We're continuing our journey through the Midwest, so let's head to Indiana for a recipe that honors a popular state dessert, sugar cream pie.
Hey everyone, I'm Chef Kelsey Murphy, owner of Inspo Restaurant in Indianapolis. Today I'm making sugar cream sandwich cookies, a fun mashup of two Hoosier State staples, sugar cream pie and a pork tenderloin sandwich. With a creamy filling rolled in crunchy bacon bits, this cookie is the perfect sweet and salty treat. So let's get baking. I already have my chilled dough here. I let this chill for about an hour, and this really helps make it easier to roll the dough and just to work with it. It also helps deepen those flavors, like that maple syrup that we put into the cookie dough. I'm gonna take my cinnamon and my nutmeg and just stir these together with the sugar until it's all combined and incorporated. And then I like to use an ice cream scoop when I'm making my cookies. It just, one, it makes it easier to get the dough out of the bowl, and two, it more ensures that your cookies are all going to be the same size. And then I just roll this into the sugar mixture and put it right on my lined baking sheet. So this cookie is actually just like a snickerdoodle cookie because it contains baking soda and cream of tartar in the dough. We're just kind of jazzing it up with a little maple syrup and making it a little spicy. The cream of tartar and the baking soda together make the cookies super fluffy, chewy, and it adds this kind of nice acidic bite to it that makes it different than a regular sugar cookie. So now we're gonna flatten the cookies really quick before we put them into the oven. I don't like to flatten them all the way, but just press them just lightly with the palm of your hand. It kind of just, again, so if your circles weren't perfect, it kind of just evens everything out. And then we're all set. These go in the oven right now, 9 minutes, 350 degrees. While our cookies are baking, we're gonna start making our frosting for the sandwich cookies. I like using cream cheese frosting for this cookie because it really plays down the sweetness a little bit, especially when you're eating two cookies with filling and the bacon. We have our stand mixer and we have 4 ounces of cream cheese in there. And to that, we're gonna add butter. And then we're gonna go ahead and add some vanilla, some salt. And then we are gonna go ahead and blend this together. And now we're gonna slowly add our powdered sugar. I'm gonna crank this up a little higher to make sure that cream cheese is super smooth. And we're done. It's a perfect consistency, nice and smooth and creamy. It's not too fluid, but it's also not too stiff. Here I have my finished cookies fresh out of the oven. I let them cool on a cooling rack for about 15-20 minutes until they're at room temperature. And we're gonna take some of our frosting and we're gonna dollop it on the cookie. I want a good helping of frosting on there so we have enough that it'll have the bacon bits stick all around it. So we're gonna take this, we're gonna take another cookie and sandwich it just like that. And now the fun part, we get to roll it in some bacon bits. So I previously made some bacon. I put it on a sheet tray and I baked it at 400 degrees for about 15 minutes until it's nice and crunchy, let it cool. And then I just take a knife to it and break it all up into these bite-sized little pieces. So I'm gonna take a little bit of my bacon bits and just cover the sides of the sandwich cookie. And then we just plate it right on our platter and we continue assembling. I am so ready to dive into these. Guys, oh, these are even better than they look. And the cookies have a perfect chew and bite to it. Super creamy, super delicious, and then the crunchy and salty bite of the bacon on the outside. You have to try these at home. Have a super sweet Christmas season.
Hey everyone, I'm Jen Barney, a pastry chef and owner of Moraine Bakery in La Crosse, Wisconsin. I was born and raised in Stanley, Wisconsin, and I'm very proud to come from a long line of dairy farmers. So today, I've created a recipe to celebrate and support our awesome